Donald Trump has become the 47th President of the United States, and with that, history confirms the trajectory of Bible prophecy towards a counterfeit Christian New World Order. We know that all roads lead to Rome, so it's time to look at the road ahead. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're listening to the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, as always, Tudor Alexander. It's a pleasure to be with you today as we look at some very important things. It's been a very, very busy week for me at the time of this video. It is Sunday night, and I have a surgery tomorrow. It's a minor surgery. It's not a big deal, but it's just something that I had to cram a lot of stuff beforehand with the election happening, and of course, a very, very big series on the KJV PSYOP. The KJV only PSYOP, really, to be correct, because the KJV is a fine translation, but really it's going to be about the KJV only movement. So at the time of the release of this video, that will not be out yet. It'll be out in a couple days. I'm planning it to be released Friday. So make sure you hang on to your seats because it's going to be a great series. Very edifying on how to study the Bible, how to think critically, how we got the Bible, why you can trust your translation, and how, of course, to avoid legalism and fundamentalism in the wrong areas, because the devil is very clever and will bait you with all sorts of emotional thinking, with all sorts of low-hanging fruit, and so on and so forth. The KJV only documentary is very important, even if you aren't a KJV onlyist, because the Antichrist spirit that is moving in the world and moving all things toward a counterfeit Christian New World Order is driving legalism and fundamentalism in the wrong areas. And you'll understand why I caveat with that, because fundamentalism is a good thing. It's good to be fundamental about the fact that Christ is God. It's not good to be a fundamentalist about the KJV being the only translation that you should use. And that kind of idea, that kind of mentality is not just with the KJV. There are other manifestations of this legalistic, fundamentalist, emotional rhetoric, and that's only going to increase. So that will be a very edifying series for you. It'll give you confidence in your translation. It'll help you study the Word better. A lot of great topics on apologetics and history and how to study the Bible in there. So make sure you watch it because it's going to edify you against what is coming. And certainly we're going to be discussing quite a bit of that today. So welcome to the show. It's been a crazy week for me. I thought I would delay this Venerable Day of the Sun episode a little bit longer, but I'm never in charge of these things. God always organizes it for me. And so it seems that it's very important, and I agree, to have a perspective or some perspective on all of the events that happened as of the time of this video last week with the election. The selection, not the election, the selection of Trump confirms the trajectory of history. So we are correct. We are correct in everything we've been talking about on this channel, and we are correct in how we are seeing history and the Bible align together. So it's very important to understand, what do we do now? What do we look forward to? What do we watch? What do we think? And so on and so forth. So this is going to be a very big picture episode. Very, very important episode. Please share it with your friends. Use it as a reference. This is going to be very big picture, even though we're going to use some current events, obviously, that are relevant to the last week or two. My intention with this is really to be more big picture. There's many resources in my library that can help wake up your friends. Of course, there's the short videos available in the share page. But of course, there's all of the important material, like the End Times playlist, the Christian Nationalism playlist, the Dark to Light playlist, Great Delusion series, the Venerable Day of the Sun, the Sabbath series. All of these are integrated really into one message about what's coming, because most people do not recognize the true evil. This will be a consistent theme today, and really it's been the consistent theme of the last 2 years of covering the news. The problem that people have is that they think that the obvious evil is the evil. And of course it's evil, but it's not the evil. It's a dummy devil that the devil created to destroy in front of you and say, look at me, I'm your savior. And of course the real evil is the one that's almost right. That's the real evil, folks. And that's really, if you put it in a nutshell, in a nice little blurb, that is the evil that people need to be aware of. That's the deception. almost right. And most people are just frothing them at the mouth for almost right. So I hope you won't be one of them, and I hope that the people around you will wake up as well. If you haven't watched the series that I just mentioned, watch them. Watch them so you can understand in great detail what is happening, so you have your finger on the pulse, and also what to watch, because together we can watch the newsreels and all these things that are happening and have a perspective together as a group. There's also a pastor resources page. Just want to mention that. It's a new page on the website. It's a resource for pastors and churches, Bible study groups, just various people who are in any kind of leadership position. It's a great way to introduce them to the material. There's a little postcard you can print out, high definition, and just you can mail it or just give it in person to somebody. It's basically an invitation with a QR code, and they can scan it and go to a particular page with all sorts of resources like the posters that I have, the End Times poster, the Trinity poster, and then the various important series like the End Time series and so on. So make sure you use that if that's something that you want to do. It's free. I know in the near future, as of the time of this video, I'm thinking about doing some QR codes for various videos. And I'm working with a friend to basically maybe create some QR codes where you can, like guerrilla warfare, just basically, stick them just different places and people can scan them. And those will be free, so you just have to apply and say, I want 100 stickers or something. So if that's something that you're interested in, let me know, and we can actually get like a base idea of who might be interested in doing that. Those would be free stickers. You can just sign up and you get them mailed to you, and you put them around, and the QR codes would lead to like a YouTube video or something. So anyway, just some resources to basically help you reach out to people, because it's tough to engage in conversation. So sometimes if you have some tools or different things, that may help as well. If God has given you awareness, don't squander it. Don't sit on your hands. Don't be passive. Look, we don't all have to start YouTube channels or podcasts or whatever else. But each of you has a unique set of gifts that God has given you. Maybe you're a very caring person. Maybe you're very tenderhearted. Maybe you're very soft-spoken. Or maybe you're very aggressive. Maybe you're very business-minded. Everybody has different skills, and they're all useful in different ways. So if God has given you awareness, then don't be shy. Embrace what you've been given, and remember that the elect have not been sealed yet. That's not happening until the first bowl drops. And the first bowl drops, which we'll review today, at the enforcement of the mark of the beast. The Bible doesn't tell you how long, but it does give you an idea when Jesus says that people have to be left alive. Meaning once they start throwing people in prison and doing all sorts of things, or maybe worse, obviously, then you know that the time is near. And when you see people busting out in sores and all of the things that we'll read in Revelation, just to review those plagues, then the elect have been sealed. By that point, I don't plan, if I'm still alive, I don't think I'm going to be on YouTube at that point. And neither will you, and neither will anybody who's left alive. But the point is, right now, as is the time that we're at right now, there are still people that need to wake up. And some of those people are very close to you. Some of those people are around you. They're like the thief on the cross that will be at the very last minute, that last little sheep that gets in the gate. It's clumsily tripping over itself, and that will finally make it. And that's really the reality that we live in. God, in his wisdom, has appointed wisdom and awareness to people at different times and at different levels. And I think that is part of his plan. One of the reasons is for helping the elect learn tolerance and forgiveness and love, because it's tough to see somebody that you love, that they're rejecting you and accusing you and calling you a conspiracy theorist and so on. That takes a lot of practice to forgive. And I think that that's by design, so that we can be conformed to the image of Christ. But don't forget, I should say, that the elect, there are still elect to be sealed. This is why I do what I do, because I know that there is still time. And when there won't be time anymore, then very likely I will not be doing this. We'll see how everything plays out, but what is coming will require massive, massive discernment. So make sure that you study, make sure that you get edified. There is a library now that you can download all of my content if you're a member on the website. And again, it's not expensive, $5 a month, $50 a year. I don't plan on ever changing that. I don't plan on ever taking your time up with stupid advertisements. Of course, on YouTube, they monetize my videos, even if I don't monetize them, but I'm talking about, gimmicks or sponsors or anything like that. So that is a great way to support me. But you can download all my content. You have all of it to yourself without the internet. Make sure you do that so that you have it. Either way, get edified. Get edified on these basic doctrines. Get edified on how to study the Bible. See my Masoretic PSYOP video. Watch the How to Be a Berean video. Make sure you really take notes on this KJV PSYOP video. There's going to be a lot of edifying material between those three on how to be a Berean fox, how to study, how to have discernment, how to read the Bible, how to do research, because that's going to be increasingly important for what is coming, because the almost right is going to be very, very convincing. And hopefully you can already see it. You will be in conflict with Christians more than unbelievers. This is the consistent warning of the scriptures. And we'll review plenty of them today so that you are sure about that. You're going to be in conflict with Christians. Of course, some of them may be elect. Probably most of them will not be. They'll be counterfeits. But either way, Christianity is the dominant paradigm that's coming. Most of it will be counterfeit Christianity, but nevertheless, you'll be in conflict with people of your own. From the inside, this is the future that awaits us. And these aren't my words, folks. These are Jesus' words. These are the apostles' words, which we will review quite a bit today. But either way, this is what's coming. So today we're going to review the events of the last week or so, and then also, of course, project ahead. Look outward. Today's going to be very, very important. I'm going to condense a lot of information from different places and really try to give you a big picture idea. A lot to talk about, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, leave a comment, leave a like, and share it with your friends. Of course, that is super important because there's still some foxes hiding somewhere that need to come out and stop eating low-hanging fruit and start eating some meat and spitting out the bones. Now, with all that, our first stop, there's going to be a couple sections in this, and again, if you want to access all the references, then they're going to be available in the library. But our first stop, there's a couple sections. Our first stop is to discuss the selection. So onward to part 1, the selection. All right, well, welcome to part 1. Let's get this show on a road. I want to begin by discussing the selection. Of course, if you know what that means, it means that presidents are selected, not elected, and hopefully you understand that now. If you didn't, you will definitely understand it today. For those who may feel that this happened by chance for whatever reason, either because of not enough votes for the Democrats or, whatever other reason you may think, my goal is to show you that the reality is that Trump has been groomed for this position, that these things have been scheduled in advance because it's all part of the plan. We're at the end of history, folks. If the Bible tells you that the devil is going to be worshipped by the world at the end of history, it stands to reason that the closer you get to that point, the more control the devil is going to have over the world. Does that make sense? And if that's the case, and we're really, again, 5 to 10 years out from seeing these things completely manifest, like the image of the beast, mark of the beast, and so on and so forth. If we're that close, which I do think is a reasonable estimate, it's an educated guess, then everything that you see on the news, everything that you see in politics, everything that you see everywhere is completely controlled. I'm not saying everything is fake necessarily, like the wars, people are dying, but nevertheless, these things are controlled and choreographed because the devil has control over everything through secret societies, through religion, through everything else. It all comes back to the fact that we are at the very end of the end, and the devil is in control of these. Of course, God is ultimately in control, and he's letting the devil do what he has decreed, because again, it will reveal God's sovereignty, and it will conform the elect and separate the elect from the reprobate. So all these things must happen, but nevertheless, Trump is a puppet. He's somebody that has been groomed and chosen for this position. They've been grooming Trump for decades, folks. He was born on a blood moon. He was adopted. It's not his real mother. If you do a facial analysis, there's a lot of interesting rabbit holes to go down there, but it doesn't matter. He was inaugurated on a blood moon the first time in 2016. There's a lot of occult numerology surrounding Trump, even in this particular election. In my video, my 3-hour plus video on Trump, you see all these Freemasonic associations, the typical stuff that, again, for the Trump people, they have Trump delusion syndrome, just like they say that the liberals are deluded or derangement syndrome. the people on the right who defend Trump, you could show them all of the same evidence that they usually, point at with the WEF, with all the Freemasons, with the, satanic stuff going on. But if you point and say, look, well, same stuff with Trump. Oh, no, those are just coincidence. White hats in control, that kind of stuff. It's just nonsense. He's in the Illuminati card game. And of course, there's just the usual stuff that you see for everything. Trump is their anointed hero. He's their anointed hero to unify the world under a single mentality and to bring this image of the beast to life, because Trump is the president of the false prophet. He's basically the Pied Piper leading all the major groups. You'll see how it's truly profound, really. It's truly profound how they managed to rope everybody into a cult of personality with this one man. It's a work of Satan. When Paul says in, was it 2 Thessalonians chapter 2? That the coming of the lawless one, i.e., the world worshiping the papacy and going after this system, the coming of the lawless one, that's what that is. It's basically the world marveling after the beast, is by all power and signs and wonders of Satan. If Satan is the most cunning being that there is, and he has massive supernatural power that God has allowed him to exercise in authority, then when Paul tells you that this final event of the world marveling after the beast is coming with all the power that Satan has, that is not something to laugh at or to take lightly. It is something to take extremely seriously. Jesus never mocked the devil. Jesus warned you about the devil. The devil appears as an angel of light, and he's wielding immense supernatural deceptive power through people like Trump, through people like the charismatic thing that's going on, all the things that we're going to be talking about, we've talked about ad nauseum. But since we're on the topic of Trump, especially Trump, I'm not saying Trump is the Antichrist or anything like that, because if you've studied the end times enough, you realize that Antichrist is not a person. It's the spirit of Antichrist. But Trump is a vehicle, one of many, that Satan is using through the false prophet, through the false signs and wonders, through all power and deceptions of Satan, to bring the world to this final situation. And you see the delusion setting in. It's truly, truly profound how he's been able to put his hooks in everybody's heart. The Jews, the Muslims, even the atheists, the conservatives, even the liberals, you're going to see, even the liberals. It's truly, truly profound how they're bringing the whole world together into one mentality through this one person. So Trump was destined to come to power, folks. You need to come to terms with that. This isn't something that happened because of people's free will choice, or because the Democrats didn't vote enough, or because the Democrats were evil and they just messed up, and so now, of course, people just want a change. No, it happened because it was predetermined on many levels. A couple important things to remember about elections. The Electoral College was designed so that mob mentality could not take control of the government. The Electoral College is what determines the presidential vote, not your vote. The popular vote is meaningless. So all of this propaganda about get out and be part of history, it's nonsense. This is just the free will, synergistic, forbidden fruit illusion, so that they get you to participate so that you're part of the storm, the dialectic. The two-party system is a joke. It came out of the French Revolution as a way to get things faster to the desired outcome, i.e. the world marveling after the beast, and make people feel like they freely chose that outcome. Do you get it? The New World Order is not something that you're going to be oppressed into. The New World Order is going to be something that you're joyfully going to skip into, thinking it's here, the golden age. That's the point. The New World Order is not something that's going to be like, oh my gosh, they've taken over the government, everybody hates this person or whatever, this dictator, and it's very obviously evil and we just can't do anything about it. No, the New World Order is going to be, wow, I'm so happy I'm here. Everything's peaceful. I have all my comforts. Just sign on the dotted line really quick. That's the New World Order. And people don't get that because they've been so traumatized by this obviously evil stuff. It's just so frustrating. Ever since the Civil War, probably before that, but really for me, the Civil War and the Act of 1872 and all the things that happened after that with the Federal Reserve, the Civil War was a marker for this country, where the Jesuits and the Rothschilds and basically the beast took over America through financial and political ways. And ever since then, it's been a puppet of the beast. And that's what it was destined to be. Because Revelation tells you that the false prophet works signs and wonders in the presence of the beast. That means there's a relationship there, like the beast is sitting on his throne in this Antichrist court, and the false prophet is there dazzling people like a magician. Look at this. Look at fire coming down from the sky. Look at NASA going here. Look at Elon Musk. Look at the charismatic movement. Look at this. Look at that. That's the false prophet, folks, doing all kinds of illusions to bring the people to marvel after the beast. That's the image that John paints for us. Those who didn't play ball in history, like the early presidents, Adams, Jefferson, Monroe, Abraham Lincoln, all the way to JFK, the people who didn't play ball, folks, what happened to them? Well, if you know your history, they got assassinated very easily by poison. Of course, JFK was shot, and either way, they didn't play ball, and so out you go. Do you really think now, if you know your history and you know all of these people got assassinated very easily from the beginning of America's history, even in fact, George Washington, there's some rabbit holes you can go to that probably he was assassinated too. Because the people that, like Jefferson, Adams, Washington, they knew about the Jesuits. In fact, there's a famous quote that I've read in one of my previous VDS episodes, where Adams writes to Jefferson, where he's like basically worried that now that they have religious tolerance as a foundation of the country, that the Jesuits are going to abuse the heck out of it, and they're going to infiltrate society, and of course lead revolutions, which is what they've done in every other country, and take over. There's a quote on that. So the founding fathers knew what they were up against, and of course they got killed. Same day. So if they were assassinated and JFK was assassinated, what does that tell you? That tells you that if Trump was truly this person that was against the system, and he's this rogue operator coming after the deep state, he would have never made it past 2016. Never. Probably not even make it to office. Or maybe they might give him a little bit and then take him out just to make a statement. Never. And here he is, 2024, after, one president term, then all these staged conflicts like his trials and, court cases and blah, blah, blah. Of course, there's a assassination attempt, quote unquote assassination attempt. Really? They just can't seem to get him, man, that this new world military industrial complex, satanic secret society matrix that has controlled the world just can't seem to get Trump. Gosh, what a hero he must be. Truly, God must have anointed him with protection. Do you see the dialectic? You see the illusion? If they wanted Trump gone, he would have been gone, folks, a long time ago. Voting is an illusion where both sides are controlled by the puppet masters. So pick left, pick right, pick red, pick blue. It's an illusion. And it's also an illusion because God has predetermined reality for his glory. You need to come to terms with that truth more and more as time goes on. And a lot of people today, unfortunately, have been brainwashed by all this humanist, satanic idea that you have the ability to choose free of influence. And as a result, it robs you of your peace and you have nothing to stand on. When the world is crumbling down, the thing that you want to know the most is that God is sovereign. They say that Arminians pray like a Calvinist. And of course, I'm not a Calvinist. I don't encourage you to identify as one. I do think the 5 points of Calvin are biblically defensible, and I will do that in the series coming up on salvation. It'll be very edifying and very expansive. But the point is this. People love their names. What are you, a Calvinist? Are you an Arminian? Are you this or that? No, I just believe that God is sovereign. And I believe in a monergistic gospel, not a synergistic one. Because a synergistic one makes you no different than any other religion in history, which ultimately defaults in works, and you have nothing to stand on. The people who believe in synergism pray like Calvinists, folks. They pray in such a way that, God, please take control of this situation. Please take control of my will. Please make me do something good. So you pray in such a way that you want a sovereign God, but when it comes to actually giving credit to that God or reconciling evil and suffering with a sovereign God, people just can't do it. And I'm here to tell you that as the deception and the delusion and the evil around you increases, you will need to point your eyes upward and remember that God is completely sovereign. That is the only thing that you can stand on. So, very important to understand that because, again, if you stand on that rock, then you realize that these things are illusions. Voting for your candidate and putting somebody in power when the Bible tells you that God predestined all things for his glory and he appoints people to power. He allows people to take power for his glory and for his purposes. The dark, quote unquote, is getting judged by the light. Yes, there are themes of King Jehu and Jezebel. Not in the way the charismatics want to put it or the dispensationalists, but there are themes. Because God used Jehu to judge Jezebel. But Jehu was also wicked. He ended up worshiping golden calves. So that's important to remember too with the current situation. By the way, voting is an illusion no matter which way you cut it. Whether you look at it from the perspective of the puppet masters controlling everything, or when you look even higher of God decreeing all things for his glory. So this election was not an election. It was a selection. Very important that you understand that. I personally thought in my last VDS before this that there would be shenanigans. Of course, I was wrong. And some of these things, when you see them play out, you some things fill in and you realize, oh, okay, I see now why this happened the way it did. Originally, I thought they were going to use a lot more dialectics to push people into like a red wave and, frothing at the mouth, delaying, election results, these kind of things, which was a reasonable guess with everything they've been doing with the double narrative and so on. Trump won really easily and quickly, compared even worse really than 2016. It was just really very quick, very strong, immediate win. And after all that happened, and I was at a friend's house, we were just hanging out and just watching all this nonsense. Of course, he's more of a Trump fan. He doesn't froth at the mouth for Trump, but like anybody who hasn't maybe put a lot of time into these things, it's easy to see that even if you know that Trump is corrupt, you think, well, it's better than the other guy. At least maybe there's going to be economic prosperity and so on and so forth. And without the lens of biblical prophecy, it's easy to be deceived by Trump, even if you're aware that he's, all over the place and he's not a good person, that maybe he's got some dubious associations. It's easy without the context of Bible prophecy to see that, well, it's better than the other option. Well, yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? But that's the point, that it is better than the other option on the surface. So without context, we can easily get deceived. But I was there hanging out and we were looking at these things, and as these things were transpiring, I'm like, okay, I realize now what they've been doing. If we look back in history at 2016, they gave the people a hero. There's that famous quote by, what's his name? Albert Pike. There's a meme floating around. I didn't prepare it for today, but when the people need a hero, we will supply it to them, or something like that. So, of course, when people need a hero, they'll give it to them. So 2016, they began this dance to start shaking things up and move things into the next direction, into the final phase of this capstone pyramid Illuminati thing. The age of love and light. They gave the people a hero, and he shook things up. He's fresh, he's new. Oh, he's, politically incorrect. All the things that people wanted. That's been very different with politics. They got people stirred up, especially with the dual narratives that were going on with Trump and the deep state coming after him, the Q psyop and everything that happened. Of course, many of us were part of that, unfortunately, but hey, it is what it is. We were deceived for a purpose so that we can expose this now. 2020, that climaxed, that dual narrative thing, it climaxed, and of course, through COVID and everything that happened, it forced people to go online, which is very clever, folks. I want you to see how these things, my goal for you also is to see how the dark and the light work together in this schizophrenic, occult, satanic system. They work together. As opposing as they seem and how much drama it seems on the world stage, these two sides work completely together. The COVID thing forced everybody to go online, and that was a big shift in society because basically the dark efforts made people stay at home, go on the internet, start researching. And what was happening while people were at home? Well, you had the Q stuff, you had the counter narrative, you had all the, the side people who were on different, medias who were getting banned. So they're starting other places like Rumble or BitChute or Telegram, and all you had the counter narrative echo chamber building. So do you see how these two things are perfectly related to each other? It seems like it just happens naturally, but they're related. The COVID thing pushed people into a situation where not only were their rights taken away, so it's like, what's going on? I don't like this. This is weird. This has never happened. How can you take our freedoms away? The mask nonsense, just a clown show, which was making people baiting them with anger and with frustration. At the same time, they closed everything to force you to go home and sit on your computer and to use all that frustration to start searching and Googling. And of course, what's available for you? Well, all of the counter narratives designed to start training people into the next thing. Many people, of course, began waking up in 2020, and God used it all for the good for the elect, but nevertheless, they were using this dualistic game to move the agenda forward. The early church was the same thing. If you study these things in history, it's nothing new under the sun, folks. Satan on one side was using the dark persecution of the Roman Empire and basically, burning scriptures, people putting them in the stadiums and feeding them to lions and all this crazy stuff. At the same time, simultaneously, you had all of the Gnostics and the charismatics like the Montanists, what's his name? I forget, Marcion, all these famous heretics and heresies that were happening literally side by side, this stuff. The dark was pushing people and breaking their willpower. And then the light was like, oh, come over here, come over here. So God's people, you have to understand, have always been on the narrow road with the devil on each side, poking and prodding and pulling and pushing you to come to either one side or the other. And this is the narrative that's happening today too. It's always been a double attack, always. In 2020, after forcing people to wake up and go to the quote-unquote other side to build that counter-narrative echo chamber, once that was successful, they took Trump away. They took the hero away. I remember being all swept up in the Trump and the Q nonsense and following all the pundits. I was just frothing at the mouth for a new change. And of course, God used that to humble me, to help me see the truth, and God used it for the good. And it was rough, but either way, I'm glad that it happened, that I was deceived. But nevertheless, people are still deceived today. For me, personally, my moment was when I saw that March came, April came, May came, and nothing happened. All of that rhetoric about taking over and the military's got this and the white hats are in control and blah, 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 it all came crashing down like a big house of smoke and mirrors. I'm like, you are a con. And meanwhile, he's promoting the vaccine and just totally proud of his work, and people are dying left and right. Kids are frothing at the mouth, literally frothing at the mouth because they've gotten epilepsy or whatever other neurological problem from these stupid shots. And I'm like, I've been conned. I've been conned. And a lot of people will realize that over the next couple years, especially as these things start to get more intense with the legal aspects we'll talk about today. But nevertheless, that's what happened. And to me, again, some people may be waking up a little earlier than that. For me, that's what had happened when Trump did nothing and kept pushing his narratives and gloating and so on. But for most people, unfortunately, they were snagged. They were snagged by the narrative that, well, the deep state stole the election. The deep state just took it, man. And of course, they played on that with the fake White House and all this stuff. They played this giant show on people, folks. They built the ultimate frustration, which of course is by design, because they've been controlling elections for 150 plus years. Nobody makes it to the presidency unless that person's been appointed, folks. You have a dozen examples in American history alone that if you do not play ball, then you're not going to make it to the office of the presidency. You're not going to make it very long. So nobody makes it to the office unless they're appointed and unless they play the ball the way they're instructed to. So from 2020 to 2024 now was this period of building momentum to destroy the old narrative and create the new echo chamber. Trump's trials, his persecutions, all these things making him look like this false Christ suffering on your behalf. And, they want you, but I'm in the way type of stuff. And just constantly feeding to people's frustrations and baiting them more and more deeper into this delusion. All of the effects of the jabs coming out, and of course more exposing by the counter narrative echo chamber that, oh, look, the vaccine was this big psyop and look how many people are dying. Of course, that led to more people waking up to the counter narrative. Do you see how all of this was by design? The dark was there so that it would cause problems to feed into and act as justification for people swinging to the other side. It is so despicable and disgusting that these things are coordinated together. It's truly bad cop, good cop. The bad cop abuses the heck out of you so that you're burning and desiring for a savior. And of course, immediately, as soon as you're just at your last drop, that counterfeit savior comes in front. Look at me. And you're going to see so much of that today. It's really disgusting. But most people are falling for it because they do not have biblical discernment. More and more of the establishment and the military-industrial complex and the deep state, quote unquote, was being exposed by the counter echo chamber. And of course, the counter echo chamber now is fully fledged. It used to be here and there. Now it's an official thing. So it's time to self-destruct the old system, the legacy media. Elon Musk was basically buying Twitter in the last, I remember like 2 years ago, something like that, and flipped it to the right, which changes the platform of regular discussion. Of course, Elon also wants to make an everything app, just like in China, so there's that. But all of these things have slowly built up the new echo chamber, and they've transitioned people very carefully and so well and craftily. You have to really admire them, really, from just a marveling perspective, like, wow, you people are so evil, and you're so well coordinated. It's amazing how they've been able to shift an entire, not just America, really, because the entire, Earth, you'll see other places too we'll look at, is frothing at the mouth over Trump. And so it's truly a marvel of evil. That's why I'm telling you that this is not just like well coordinated. Yes, they are very well coordinated because secret societies control everything. But there's more to this, folks. You have to remember what Paul says. This result comes by all power and signs and wonders of Satan, meaning that they're not just well coordinated. There's a spiritual power behind this result. However, they were able to deceive people so carefully and so planned. There is a spiritual component to this, and that is the main component. The deception, the satanic activity of all of the effects going out into the world. It's truly a marvel. But nevertheless, all of this culminated last July in the quote-unquote assassination attempt. Just in time for the RNC, just in time for everything to that all that momentum and frustration that was building up to go boom, room full of gas, put a match in there and let it explode. People have been swung now to incredible religious delusion, and they've solidified themselves in the idea that Trump is anointed by God. Ever since that assassination attempt, his rhetoric has been increasingly more religious, increasingly more pointing to the union of church and state, and of course, it's justified, quote unquote, justified. It's justified in the people's eyes because God saved him from the deep state. And so it's okay to think in such irrationally religious terms because people accept the delusion. If you realize that that whole thing was staged, and the fact that he's going on about it shows that he's a total con and a liar. And the whole point with the vaccines, he's gloating about father of the vaccines, and now he's partnering up. We'll take a look at some of these things with, what's his name? RFK. All of these things point to you the truth and the reality that this is a delusion. It's a deception. So then if you realize that, then there's no way that that can be effective to you. But if you accept it as something that did happen, regardless of your point, what you feel about Trump, it sucks you into the counter narrative. There's no way out of it. Because if you feel that Trump was actually, there was an assassination attempt on Trump, then man, that was a very low chance of escaping, and he actually escaped. It must be some supernatural effect. Well, I guess, God maybe did protect him, and so on and so on and so forth. So all of these things set the stage for an emotional religious narrative, and we have now crossed the inflection point. So the point of all of this is that it was crafted very carefully to push people and culture as a whole to the maximum. The election was turned up toward Trump. The election was toward Trump to confirm the counter narrative. Do you get it? They were building the momentum. That's why I'm not surprised this was very quick. I'm not surprised that this was very quick. I thought there were going to be shenanigans, but I realized the night of that the election, quote unquote, is really just the confirmation of whatever work they've done for the last 4+ years to shape the culture. The election is such to where it confirms that the counter narrative is the truth. Of course, it's not the truth, but in the people's minds, it confirms that, hey, we made it. Our free will choices made it. We finally beat the deep state. The people have spoken. We the people, etc., etc. The election rigging is always towards the side that they need to push in a given particular moment of the agenda. And on this side, what this election tells you is that they have successfully shaped the culture enough to where the election could just go, boop, really quick landslide for Trump, and people are solidified in delusion. There's no need for shenanigans. That's my point, is that there's no need for shenanigans. That should tell you how much people are deluded and how culture has been shaped. Because if there were shenanigans, which I was expecting, I guess I underestimated how much they have shaped the culture already. So the fact that this was very quick is really just a confirmation that they've shaped reality already. It's really just like a reward. Do you get it? They've trained people in a certain way with this counter-narrative stuff. Constantly, something happens. The liberal media says one thing, and of course, there's the counter-narrative. They've been doing this for the last 8 years through various sources. And now something happened. And of course, the election confirms that they made the right choice, quote unquote, and that rewards them easily. Oh, we made it. As opposed to the fact that this is actually totally a delusion and elections are always controlled. So anyway, the election went really quickly and smoothly because the culture has already been shaped. And the election was just a confirmation of that momentum to seal the deal and basically make people believe that they had a hand in bringing about the victory, which is really the final deception. Imagine if this huge conspiracy, just imagine for a second and think logically, if this huge conspiracy existed of an actual deep state, which of course there is to some degree, with Dominion voting machines and control over everything, supposedly how they controlled the election last time in 2020. How Sidney Powell and what's his name, I forget the mayor, Rudy Giuliani, all these people are bankrupt now, supposedly. At least that's the way the story goes. They lost in court. Dominion basically, beat everybody with a ton of money, and they basically still controlled everything. If that was the case in 2020, what on earth would make you believe? How can any sane person believe? This is, again, the gambler's fallacy, man. Gambler's fallacy. It's like when you go to the casino and your odds are 1 in 10, which they're not. They're much worse than that. But let's say 1 in 10. And you play 9 times. You play the slot machine 9 times. And in your mind, you think, you know what? Just 1 more. That'll be 10. I'm guaranteed to win. No, you're not. Every time you pull that lever, it's 1 out of 10. Of course, again, it's much worse than that. But every time you pull that lever, it's the same odds, folks. That's the gambler's fallacy. This is the same thing. Do you get it? The idea that people think, well, this time we're going to make them pay at the ballots. They won't be able to hide. What do you mean they won't be able to hide? If they supposedly did so much interference last time and they control the voting machines and they control all the big money, they control the media, and they stole everything and justified it for 4 years, suddenly all that's going to change because you're a patriot and you decided to go out to the voting booths? Really? Now suddenly a landslide for Trump because the country's just sick of it? Are you kidding me? How does that work where you have this big deep state controlling everything and nobody did anything, not the military, not Trump. Everybody washed their hands and just kept the show going. That same matrix is in control and they weren't able to fight against all the patriots banding together. I mean, come on. Just think critically, folks. People think that, well, the country voted him in, the people spoke. No. People went to the voting booths and they swung everything to the right for Trump, just like they did in 2016, just like they've done in 2020, just like they've done in every election that you've been alive to witness. It's always been a show. It's one big show of left versus right. And the end, really, it's like the Wizard of Oz, because the Wizard of Oz is the puppet master. The world is a Jesuit stage and is just full of bread and circuses, folks. These are bread and circuses, so the people never revolt. I forget what Roman poet said that. I forget the name of the poet. But either way, give them bread and circuses and they will never revolt. And of course, we are under the Roman system. So with all that out of the way, I want to look at some headlines about the selection. Let's pull up some of these headlines and you can see them good. This is from Elite Daily. 12-year-old girl discovers that all but one U.S. president are directly related to each other. In 2009, a 12-year-old girl stumbled onto an incredible genealogical connection. Every American president but Martin Van Buren shares a common ancestor. Bridget de Avignon, then a 7th grader from Salinas, California, began studying ancestral lineage as part of a summer project inspired by her grandfather's 60-year-long dedication to studying presidential genealogy. With plenty of help from her 80-year-old man, Bridget learned the process of tracing ancestry on her own line. Once comfortable searching through countless records and certificates, the young girl started looking into the background of several presidents. Soon she noticed an odd coincidence. Each president seemed to be related to John Lackland Plantagenet, perhaps best known as Robin Hood's enemy, King John. The prodigious royal even signed the Magna Carta in 1215. It took an estimated 500,000 documents and many months of arduous work, but Berean had finally solved a historical mystery. Although genealogists had previously genetically linked 22 of the presidents, they hadn't been able to find a common ancestor for the majority of the men. Berean published her results in an infographic titled "We Are All Related," which is still for sale 5 years later. In fact, the chart even made it into the Library of Congress as exhibit on the Magna Carta earlier this year. That's right, because they reveal the method. She told Good Times Weekly, "I think it would be nice to pass the chart along from generation to generation and keep it alive so that they can know about this information and spread this information. It's important to know about your culture, where you come from, and where your leaders are from." Perhaps most important for the budding genealogist, Berean discovered she's actually the 18th cousin of President Barack Obama. At the time of discovery, she even wrote him a letter to let him know. Well, isn't that sweet? So all the presidents are from the same bloodline eventually. If you trace everything down, these people are very particular about who comes into power. Because again, it's all just one old secret society mishmash. This is from Instagram, and it says, "And the results are in." And it's got Trump and Harris 0 and Israel 538. All of the electoral votes from Israel. This is Benjamin Netanyahu. "Dear Donald and Melania Trump, congratulations on history's greatest comeback. Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. This is a huge victory in true friendship. Your Zionist Freemason friend, Benjamin Netanyahu." John Sawers, the former head of MI6, described Donald Trump as the most easily manipulated U.S. president Israel has ever enjoyed. That's right. And the thing is, he's kind of like a double secret agent, Donald Trump. You'll see he's playing all sides. I don't think Trump is stupid whatsoever. I think he's very clever. He's very intelligent. And he is going to be the Pied Piper for the Jews to go and convert eventually. But we'll talk about that later. This is from Here Comes Trouble. "I know the whole election has been staged, and I really don't care who wins. But if Trump does, at least he is way more entertaining to watch. Who else would stage their own assassination attempt?" Yeah. Glad I'm not the only one. Really, I'm really glad I'm not the only one, because people think you're crazy when you say such a thing, because it is crazy. Do you get it? It is crazy. It's total crazy. You have to choose, am I crazy or am I okay with being called crazy? That's what you have to choose, folks. It's going to get worse and worse. People who believe that Trump would go to such extents to fake an assassination attempt, to basically push people over into maximal delusion and to bring in this religious mindset, you are going to be like total tinfoil hat to other people who don't see that. They're going to call you totally crazy. To the people who accept it as the truth, you are totally crazy. You are completely deluded. When you see these, giant crowds of people with their little Band-Aid over their ears, you are totally deluded. And this is, again, I'm not insulting anybody directly. I'm just saying this is the delusion. And people don't see it. You're making fun of the liberals when they have their masks on, and they're parroting whatever their liberal masters are telling them. This is the same thing, folks. It's just different packaging. Just because you went from red to blue or blue to red doesn't mean you're out of the Matrix yet. Speaking of the Matrix, this is also from, I don't know what it's from. It's plebs something, whatever. This is Larry Fink. It shows you the electoral map, but it's all black with BlackRock. This is a quote. "I'm tired of hearing this is the biggest election of your lifetime. The reality is, over time, it doesn't matter. We work with both administrations, are having conversations with both candidates." Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock and Trump's personal finance manager. That's right. If you know about BlackRock and what BlackRock really symbolizes, what is the Black Rock, the Black Cube? It's all one big club, and you're not in it. Thank God. This is from NBC News. Department of Justice moving to wind down Trump criminal cases before he takes office. Justice Department officials have been evaluating how to wind down the 2 federal criminal cases against President-elect Donald Trump before he takes office to comply with long-standing department policy that a sitting president can't be prosecuted. 2 people familiar with the matter tell NBC News. The latest discussions stand in contrast with the pre-election legal posture of special counsel Jack Smith, who in recent weeks took significant steps in the election interference against Trump without regard to the electoral calendar. Gosh, he just didn't make that calendar, folks. So much drama. Oh, I guess we have to dissolve it now. But the sources say the Department of Justice officials have come to grips with the fact that no trial is possible anytime soon in either the January 6th case, or the classified documents matter, both of which are mired in legal issues that would likely prompt an appeal all the way to the Supreme Court, even if Trump had lost the election. So there you go. Now that Trump will become president again, Department of Justice officials see no room to pursue either criminal case against him, and no point in continuing to litigate them in the weeks before he takes office, the people said. Sensible, inevitable, and unfortunate, said the former federal prosecutor Chuck Rosenberg, an NBC News contributor. Gosh, so unfortunate, guys. All of that drama about Trump taking all these bullets for you and basically, having being crucified by these legal cases. Well, I guess we can't do anything about it. So let's push it all under the rug. Didn't happen. It served their purpose to froth people at the mouth, to get them ready for the assassination attempt. And now it's done. He's going to be president. Okay, well, I guess we can't do anything with these cases. They just happen to drag out until the election. Gosh, come on. Really think critically, folks. You really have to think critically with these things. This is from Substack, an interesting note that I read. Sandra Rivers says, smells too high. Ivanka Trump's Chinese trademarks for voting machines. Machines that were ultimately programmed to assign votes to Trump. China grants more trademark approvals for Ivanka Trump firm, including voting machines, by Reuters, November 6, 2018. Reuters Beijing, China last month granted initial approval for 16 new trademarks for the fashion brand of Donald Trump's daughter and advisor Ivanka Trump, including voting machines, a search of official records showed. The group Citizenship for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington made the findings about the new China trademarks in a Monday statement and said it was the largest number of new Chinese trademarks her company has received in a single month since her father took office. Trump literally said MAGAites didn't have to worry about the votes. Why? Because he probably already knew he was going to win. Trump told his followers they didn't have to vote for him to win. So Elon Musk holds billions of dollars in federal contracts, owns one of the biggest social media sites, and is shelling out a fortune to get Trump elected, has reportedly been having secret conversations with Putin. Musk has been making trips to Russia. Did he pay them to fix the election voting machines for Trump? And in the return, Trump turns Ukraine over to Putin. Yeah, we'll see how these things go. People, again, you have to apply the same standard of reasoning. People, when you would present this to a Trumper, they would say, no, these are just liberal lies. But both sides are revealing to you each other. There's some truth in everything. There was a lot of Trump-placed MAGAites in election offices in swing states. All of those areas needed a thorough investigation. Tennessee declared Trump the winner of Tennessee at 8:15 with only 1% of the vote I smell rats in the kitchen. CBS, AP, News, New York Times, CNN calling Tennessee for Trump 13 minutes after the polls closed there with only 1% of the votes counted. Exactly. All the liberal media now suddenly plays along like good little boys and girls? Come on now. Remember, Biden took Georgia on day 2, but they didn't declare anything until he was well over 51%. Republicans are suing to block a hand count. Something smells, and it's not just Trump. Where did 18 million votes go? 2024, 137 million. 2020, 155 million. Quote, not counted, hacked, dead, foreign interference. 2024 U.S. popular vote count, Harris 60.66 million, Trump 65.32 million. Compared to 2020 votes, less by 20 million for Harris Dems, about 9 for Trump or whatever conservatives. Something doesn't add up. There is no way the crowds we saw in the outpouring for support went for Trump. Reference a Jack Smith Supporters for Kamala Harris 2024 Facebook post. That horror that was there on the day of the SCOTUS ruling for W. Bush, theft of 2000 election, and on September 12, 2001. Yeah, if you remember, I was, how old was I? Like 17, I think, when the whole George Bush thing happened. I mean, just they've been doing these shenanigans for a while, man, and it's nothing new. And the question is, if you know that, and you realize it's the deep state, there's a military-industrial complex, that there's secret societies everywhere, and they control everything, that nobody gets to the presidency unless they play ball. If you know that, how can you believe that there is such a thing as this lone ranger that comes in and just disrupts the system because he's super charismatic and he tells it like it is, and he just happens to make it without getting actually killed? Come on. Brain rot is what that is. Here's another one from Here Comes Trouble, and this is interesting. Doug Mills, the photographer who captured one of the bullets whizzing millimeters away from Trump's head, seems to have a knack for being in the right place at the right time. On September 11, 2001, he was the one who captured the infamous photo of Chief of Staff Andy Card whispering into the ear of President Bush during a visit to the Emma Booker Elementary School in Sarasota, Florida, to give him a word of the plane crashes into the World Trade Center. That's right. That was the moment of the decade, that little snapshot that he took of Bush. And he's the same one that was there just in the right time, perfect time to snapshot that for the narrative to be moved along. What are the odds, folks? And again, this is from behind, so we don't have video evidence of the bullet actually hitting his ear. Why? Don't you ever ask yourself that? I mean, that is like a simple thing to ask. Here's from Instagram again, some of this occult stuff. If you look at 45 and 47 on Trump's hat, they're all about this numerology. 9/11 is a pattern of numbers that for them is very important. 9 is, probably completion or something. 11 is creative energy. You can look into that yourself. But 9/11 has significance to them, quite a bit of significance. 45, 4 plus 5 is 9. 47 is 11. Trump officially became president on November 6th. And if you go 11/6 and you put that upside down, you want me to magnify it, 11/6, 9/11. They're yin and yang type of occult nonsense. Let's see. This is all from Scripted World, by the way. From Monday, January 1st, 2024 to Wednesday, November 6th, 2024 is 311 days. Today is the 311th day of the year. 3 times 11 is 33. Freemasonic codes. This is the Donald Trump assassination attempt happened 3 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days until the election. Exactly. Here's a post from Donald Trump. And he posts at 3:30 p.m. on November, what was it? This was just the post about the whole assassination thing. But he posted at 3:30 p.m. Again, all these things are very significant because they're numerologically encoded. Leaving at 3:30, 11:09. Oh, that's right. 11:09 was the time. Where was this 11:09 in reverse? Yeah, 9/11. 11:09 was something. 11:09 was something. I forgot. I think that was maybe the assassination attempt. Was it? No, the assassination attempt was 6/11. 11:09 was something. I forget. Oh yeah, it was this. It was posted at 11:09. You see, 3:30, 33, posted at 11:09. Backwards is 9/11. What are the odds? Come on. I mean, all of these things. Maybe one of them seems like you're probably grasping at straws, but look at all of this together and see what are the odds, especially if you know that who controls the world and how they do things. Trump's attempted assassination was at 6/11. You can't really see on this picture, but 6/11 is when the attempted assassination happened. And you do that upside down, it's 9/11. Of course, they interviewed this guy, this orange-haired dude at 1910 was when the basically interview happened. And if you do that with numerology, you take out the 0, it's 9/11. Again, it's an anagram for 9/11. Orange hair, if you do that, supposedly, I think it's gematria, it's 33. Again, same stuff that you always see. This is some video. This is the quote. Here's another one from a commercial that he was part of where I think it was like a sleeping commercial, and you have these sheep where he's walking through these 2 pillars. It's like 9 and 11. Yin and yang, male, female, 2 pillars of Freemasonic, nonsense. It's just same old stuff, folks. This is the ad. This is, Okay, there we go.
Let's go to They Out Here Saying for 8.
Okay, the answer there. They out here saying that every vote counts. Oh, Doug again.
Come on, they already decided who wins even before it happens.
Yes! 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 Man, the Illuminati figured that out months ago. That's another one for Doug.
Okay,
They're trolling you. They're trolling you, and people are laughing like, oh, it's so funny. People are conspiracy theorists, but they're trolling you, folks. It's in your face. That's the point. That's how they have permission from their spiritual powers to basically do what they're doing is by revealing the method. Here's a quote from Franklin D. Roosevelt, Freemason. In politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can bet it was planned that way. Wasn't Roosevelt the one who did the whole Federal Reserve shenanigans? This is from Mark Twain, great quote. If voting made any difference, they wouldn't let us do it. True. If voting actually made a difference, they wouldn't make you do it. Now, voting is a good thing. Like if you have a group of 10 people and you're trying to decide what you all want to do, then yeah, voting can be useful in small groups. It's a democratic process. But on a large scale like this, there's no such thing as democracy, folks. These things they're delusions is what they are. This is from Sir Escanor, Opium Slayer. Let's see. This is, do you think it's merely coincidence that high-level occultists like Marina Abramovich attribute the beginning of the long-awaited Aquarian New Age to Donald Trump? Is this a great awakening or a great deception? He is a magician of the highest order, Abramovich says. Here are 2 videos where Marina discusses Trump in the context of being a grand magician. So let's look at them. Because Marina Abramovich is neck deep in the devil's soup. And let's see what she has to say.
That Trump is the best thing happened ever to us. That he is the magician of the highest order. That he is there in his irrational mind to create confusion in order that the human being can find new order. It's not so stupid thinking about this in that way. It's completely turning things upside down. Because since Trump is around, things are changing. Because we are waking up. Actually, the best thing happened is this part.
This part you can't really understand what she says, but there's some stuff. Let's see if we can find it.
Go and dream the dreams. And the dream have to be collective, same dream. So coming out of this dream, once the shaman told me that actually the best thing happened in this planet right now is the Trump to be the president. I said, how is this possible? It's the best thing to happen. He said, yes, because he's so irrational, he's so crazy. That's actually create that awakening, that we finally wake up. Because before it will be another guy and everything looks similar. But he's so different than anything else. So he's the magician who waking us up. What do you think about that? That kind of theory.
He's the magician who's waking us up. Told to you by somebody she's like a modern Helena Blavatsky. Abramovich, if you've seen pictures of her holding like a bloody goat's head and doing the spirit cooking and all the satanic crazy stuff that she's up to with Hollywood. This person, just like Blavatsky, has a quote in her famous essay Theosophy or Jesuitism. She says that basically the Jesuits are, out of all the organizations on earth, they have utilized the most black magic in history, told to you by a person who is neck deep in worshiping the devil. Okay? They're telling you the truth. Okay? You can take their word for it. I would believe Helena Blavatsky when she says that. And if Marina Abramovich, who is a modern Helena Blavatsky of the modern age, a witch totally in love with the devil, tells you that Trump, the way she perceives him spiritually, is that he's the alchemist designed to bring this golden age, this new world order, this utopia where people are finally worshiping the devil out in the open. And she's telling you that. That's something to really pay attention to. I think that's very, very important. Here's another one from... what's his name? Sir Escanor, Hopium Slayer. Dark to light, overthrowing the dark satanic New World Order and destroying Zionism with it, is rooted in perverted Gnosticism and comes directly from the writings of Alice Bailey and the Theosophical Society. More than 20 of her books are still in print today. All her writings, according to her, came through the channeling of her favorite entity, Lucifer. Make no mistake, this is what we see happening now during this great awakening, which is uncovering all the works of the dark cabal in an effort to usher in the light system through free will. Nasara and the New Age of Aquarius are some of the names associated to this ritual process of global initiation into the mysteries. Glad I'm not the only one saying this. FYI, the UN was founded on theosophical principles by devotees of Helena Blavatsky. Lucius Trust, formerly Lucifer Publishing, is part of the advisory board. Yeah, we looked at this. The Lucius Trust is all about love and light in the year 2025. Same year as Catholic Jubilee. Exposing and shattering the world illusion is part of the illusion. I love it. I love that I'm not the only one saying this. Remember when I told you the psyop is that it's a psyop? So exposing and we'll read this again. It's very well put. Exposing and shattering the world illusion is part of the illusion. Again, it's like Maze Runner. If you've ever seen that movie, it's a great movie to relate to this because I'm not going to spoil it too much, but you can kind of get the idea that let's say they're in one maze and they think they've gotten out, but it's not so clear. Piercing the veil created by the Masonic Illuminati elites and destroying it is part of the Great Deception. Is this illusion, this matrix us truthers are contending against, the same as Blavatsky's Maya? Alice Bailey, the Jesus-hating theosophist, spent much of her time exposing politicians, black magicians, bankers, trafficking, and more, wanting to help usher in the Aquarian New Age. The Awakening, a Luciferian concept whose motto was eerily similar to question everything. That's right, the Truther movement is designed to oppose this counterfeit evil. Now I will ask this again to truthers. On whose behalf do you believe you are exposing and fighting this dark evil? Yeah, good point. According to prominent occultist Elizabeth Van Buren and Alice Bailey, in the New Age teaching, the group of immortal ascended masters is known as the Great White Brotherhood, and their headquarters is in Tibet. The Great White Brotherhood is the source of most occult organizations, and the Brotherhood is led by Sanat Kumara, Sanat being an anagram for Satan. That's a really interesting topic. Also look into Lord Maitreya. He is the second coming awaited for every single Luciferian-inspired doctrines of old, including Buddhism and Islam, the Imam Mahdi. Helen Blavatsky and Alice Bailey's Lucius Trust is the reason WEF exists. It's the reason the UN exists. It's the reason Nasara, debt forgiveness exists. It's the reason New Age exists and is so prominent today. Lucifer to them represents life, though progress, civilization, thought, progress, civilization, liberty, independence. Lucifer to them is the Logos, the serpent, and the Savior. Oh yeah, this is a quote from H.P. Blavatsky. Yeah, to them, they believe the devil is the Savior. And by the way, Lucifer is not the devil's name. Talk about this quite a bit in my Satan series and in the KJV thing coming up, this is an appropriation. Lucifer is originally a name, just a quick break here so you understand why this is important. Lucifer originally was a name, not even a name, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. It's just a noun that was used in the Latin Vulgate, that the King James Version, by the way, was very guilty of this deception. Not that they intended to do it, but the devil used it to deceive a lot of people. The name, or I should say, the word Lucifer was taken from the Latin Vulgate because the KJV translators didn't know what to do with the word Hellel in Isaiah 14. The word Hellel in Isaiah 14, how art thou fallen, O Lucifer, from heaven? Well, it says, how art thou fallen, O Hellel? And in Hebrew, it's just shining one. And of course, it's a taunt. It's a prophecy against the king of Babylon. It's not talking at all about the devil. But what the KJV translators did, they not only did not translate that, they just took it and from the Latin, and they capitalized it, made it into a proper name. And ever since then, people have thought it's about the devil. And they've given that name, Lucifer, to the devil. Whereas in the Latin Vulgate, the word Lucifer is used for by Peter in his second letter for Christ. He's the true morning star. He's the true light. He's the one that brings the light, the true light of the gospel of eternity, of truth. He is the truth. So the idea that the devil's name is Lucifer is a lie. First off, it's not true. It's based on a translation error. And it's a myth that the devil has used to appropriate Christ-like qualities to himself. Satan, all we know is the Bible calls the devil Satan or the devil. The Bible doesn't call the devil any other name other than Satan, i.e. the accuser, the one who wants to condemn you and to murder you. It doesn't call him the light bringer. It says he appears as an angel of light, but it doesn't say he brings the light. It doesn't say, his name is Lucifer or anything else. This is what the occult believe. The occult believe that Satan is their Lucifer, is their Christ. Do you understand? That's the way the occult see it. All these people that were neck deep in the devil's soup, like Blavatsky and Bailey, who was her protege, and whatever, all the other people who basically want this, they believe that Satan is the Son of God, that he's the one that brings the light. So do not refer to Satan as Lucifer in your mind. Satan is Satan. He's the enemy, he's the accuser, he's the snake, he's the condemner. He's not the one that brings the light. Now, he will use false light to deceive people. But just so you're aware, that's why this is very important. Because Lucifer is really a name, it's just a noun that was appropriated to Christ in 2 Peter. And so that's what's really important, is to understand that the devil doesn't earn that title. The Bible doesn't give him that title. That's not his title. He's stolen that and appropriated Christ-like qualities to himself. So when you give that power in your mind, you're aligning with the occult. I'm not saying you're an occultist, so don't panic. Just try to be disciplined about that, because these things can get really murky with history. Moving on. Anyway, there's a little bit of a pause. Theosophy on Kundalini, the serpent power, and the mystic fire. Link in the comments. Understanding the genesis of all the spiritual concepts, especially the ones expressed in selfless, all-loving doctrines, is paramount to conceptualizing how doubly dangerous they may very well be. Theosophy in New Age, after all, is a gospel of goodwill. That's right. It's almost right, folks. Another hurdle is the barrier of disbelief or lack of understanding of how something seemingly good, whose short-term effects can be quantified as nothing but beneficial from a personal standpoint, how can something so seemingly selfless and good ultimately have very dark consequences? But again, this is exactly how Luciferianism works. It's the art of concealing dark with light, evil within good, and bondage within freedom and liberation. I think that's enough for today. Good job. This is a good post, and I don't see too many people saying this stuff, unfortunately. Enjoy the show. Here's a meme, basically A New Hope, Episode 4. The Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. Look at this, folks. Do you see this and do you realize that this is choreographed? This is a show. When they had Biden here at this, at this background with like the evil red on purpose, and he was very dark. The lighting was just really perfect to basically paint him as the villain, as the dark. And these perfect shots of like love and light with Trump and A New Hope and the Return of the Jedi. And yes, he's bumping his fist and we're going to rebel against this deep state system. This is a show. This is completely choreographed. So choreographed. The world is a stage. Here's some other stuff with, you can see basically Trump's wearing these black hats, the white hat, the red Masonic hat. These are all, the MAGA stuff is akin to the French Revolution Phrygian caps, if you know what those are. It's all, they love their hats. The occult people love their hats. Freemasonry founded in 1717. What's that all about? Here's Trump with his Shabbat thing. He's owned by those people. Oh, there's just so much of it. Here's also, too, like the Eastern versus Western and New World Order. We'll talk about this, too. But you have basically on the Western side, which is the decoy, very well put. If this person, what's this person's name? Sir Escanor, Hopium Slayer. Very well put, Sir Escanor. If you made this meme, good job. The decoy is the Western New Order. It's the dark, satanic, globalist, unipolar, neocon, Soros, globo homo, whatever kind of stuff. But then you have, this is black magic, but then you have the actual counterfeit, which is multipolar, Eurasian, the savior, third Rome, anti-globalist, nationalist, Christian, basically, counterfeit Christianity. So you have the star pointing up and the star pointing down. This is the dark and the light. The Western NWO is the decoy that they used to get people to fight against it and polarize them into the actual counterfeit. That's the problem that people don't realize. So sad. Steve Bannon, you deserve rough Roman justice. Let's see.
You stole the 2020 election. You've mocked and ridiculed and put people in prison and broken people's lives because you said this thing was stolen. This entire phony thing is getting swept out. Biden's getting swept out. Kamala Harris is getting swept out. MSNBC is getting swept out. The Justice Department's getting swept out. The FBI is getting swept out. You people suck, okay? And now you're going to pay the price for trying to destroy this country. And I'm going to tell you, we're going to get to the bottom of where are the 600,000 votes. You manufactured them to steal this election for President Trump in 2020. And think where this country would be if we hadn't gone through the last 4 years of your madness, okay? You don't deserve any respect, you don't deserve any empathy, and you don't deserve any pity. And if anybody gives it to you, it's Donald J. Trump, because he's got a big heart and he's a good man. A good man that you're still going to try to put in prison on the 26th of this month. This is how much you people suck. Okay? You've just tried to destroy his business thing, and he came back in the greatest show of political courage, I think, in world history.
Greatest show on earth, right?
Like Cincinnatus coming back from the plow. He's the American Cincinnatus. And what he has done is a profiling courage. We've had his back, but I got to tell you, he may be empathetic. He may have a kind heart. He may be a good man, but we're not, okay? And you deserve, as Natalie Winters says, not retribution, justice. But you deserve what we call rough Roman justice, and we're prepared to give it to you. So,
rough Roman justice. Have we ever come out of the Babylonian system? Of course not. And Steve Bannon is a crazy rightist on all of these things because his rhetoric is always charged with emotions and just hardcore stuff that all these people are going after. But this is a show, folks. This is a show. Don't you get it? It's time for this thing to collapse. And every time a new power comes to power with dictatorial, tyrannical control, it always takes care of the media and it removes all of opposition and reinstalls its own puppets in game. And this is exactly what's happening. They've been prepping you for this takeover for the last 8 years so that it seems like it's justified. When like Hitler or Mussolini or Stalin or whatever, they took power, all those revolutions were staged anyway, and they've learned a lot from those revolutions. But, people like Stalin who killed millions and millions of people, well, we need to improve some of these things. The ultimate New World Order is the one that people need to choose to enter. Do you get it? So they've been prepping you to believe that all the things that are now happening that are the same as, in the last, at least 150 years of revolutions, that these things are repeating just like before. A dictatorial, tyrannical power is coming to power, taking out the media, creating its own echo chamber, putting its people in office, and you will believe that it's completely justified. Poor Trump fighting all these 4 years for you and these wicked people after him. He's a good man, and you guys deserve Roman justice. Roman justice was crucifixion and being fed to lions and all kind of horrible things. So I don't know. That's a pretty fanatical statement, if you ask me. All right, the honeymoon is over. Trump hires Rhino Neocon to look to go to war with Iran. Is that Hook is the guy's name, to go to war with Iran, Russia's ally. Of course, they're hiring the same people that are part of the system, folks. And this guy's like a white nationalist guy. I think it looks like he's got one of those Black Sun neo-Nazi things. He's Georgetown Jesuit University. A lot of white power on this, but ultimately this guy's telling you that, look, the honeymoon's over. Trump is surrounded by the swamp, which of course is not surprising at all. MAGA evangelical leader behind Get Out of the Vote nonprofit charged with child porn. So are these people any better than the other people? No, they're not. They're not, folks. Susie Wiles, this is from Informed Consent Matters. Susie Wiles is a top Pfizer lobbyist who also has financial ties to the Gilead Sciences manufacturer of remdesivir. As Jane Ruby says, the swamp is being restored. Breaking, President Trump just announced that Susie Wiles will be his chief of staff in the White House. Well, there you go. Is she part of the Matrix? Yeah, she is. And I think she's Catholic too. Or no, I think she's Episcopalian. Either way, quote unquote. Let's see. Is Trump the new Constantine? Oh, these are some interesting articles. This is from CatholicCitizens.org. Catholic Citizens of Illinois. These are some really interesting articles because, again, you'll see history repeating. 8 months ago, Blaze Joseph cast Trump as the new Constantine, the pagan emperor who set Christianity free. Here is his far-sighted article. I don't think it's that far-sighted. Blaze Joseph's article comparing Donald Trump to the Emperor Constantine was first published in Mercatornet on March 26th. This is, by the way, in 2016, approximately. So keep that in mind because there's other articles all the way to the current day. Long before he clinched the Republican nomination and went on to defeat Hillary Clinton. At the time, it seemed audacious and improbable. Now it seems prophetic. Christians are unable to speak freely. Religious freedom is under attack. Society is materialistic and immoral. Western civilization is facing huge threats from within and without. And apparently the one powerful emerging leader is no saint. You're thinking America 2016? Nope. Rome 312. The leader is Constantine, who is vying to become the Roman emperor. Constantine had many defects. He had multiple wives and even put one of them to death. He was extremely ambitious and was a ruthless general and politician. But the legend remains that he had a road to Damascus moment, saw a vision, converted to Christianity, triumphed over his opponents, and became a great emperor of Rome. Constantine would go on to not only save the Roman Empire, but also to liberate Christianity. He signed the Edict of Milan in 1313, giving Christians the right to practice their faith and speak freely. This was enough to allow Christians to engage in the public sphere with freedom, thereby enabling them to spread the Christian message to the ends of the empire and Christianize a pagan culture. God used it for the good, for the elect, but of course, the devil had his own plans as well. Constantine himself was no pillar of virtue, but he created an environment which gave Christians the freedom to influence society. The early Christians were perfectly capable of influencing society themselves. All they needed from the emperor was the freedom to do so. Fast forward to 2016, and we can see many obvious similarities. Western society has many problems. Conservative Christians have the solutions to many of those problems, but cannot articulate them freely in the public square due to endemic political correctness and cultural Marxism. Counterfeit evil. Conservatives do not lack will, good arguments, or articulate defenders. What they lack is the freedom to speak bluntly about social issues without being shouted down by the vindictive hordes of secular progressivism for offending particular groups of people. Donald Trump is the only person who can give us that freedom. This article is much longer. I'm not going to read it, but you'll see my point is to show you that history is repeating, and this was in 2016. This is in 2020. In hoc signo vinces, and this sign conquer, which is what the vision that Constantine saw of the light, the blinding light that appeared to him, wasn't Jesus, folks. Because right after, first off, Jesus wouldn't tell you, do this materialistic thing and put symbols for my name on a shield, and then you're going to win. Jesus would not tell you to do that. There's no precedent for that in history. And Jesus doesn't change. So we know that it wasn't Jesus. We also know that the devil appears as an angel of light, and we know that Constantine, right after that vision, was making a coin with his face on it, the sun god on the other, and then Jesus Christ on the symbols. So he was very deluded and deceived. This was not a Damascus moment. Paul, after his Damascus moment, went from being a persecutor of the church to a born-again preacher of the word. Constantine had a moment, had an experience, definitely had a supernatural experience, but when you judge the fruits of that, and you see what it was used for, because the persecution was coming to an end, that persecution now is time for the counterfeit church. Satan gave his throne and power to the papal institution, which really began with Constantine. Constantine was kind of the first Pontifex Maximus, the first vicar of Christ, really, although it wasn't an official title he held. There are some discussions that maybe he was called that, casually, like a defender of the faith in place of Christ type of thing. But he was the first vicar of Christ. He was the proto-pope, really. He was the emperor, the Roman emperor, in charge of the military, in charge of everything politically. And also, once he legalized Christianity as a cult, he became, the top of the food chain there as well. So he was the first, religious and political leader of both worlds. So very interesting, again, that Satan began that with Constantine through a deceptive illusion. If you cross-reference with other people in history, Muhammad, Ellen White, Joseph Smith, Ignatius of Loyola, they all had visions of blinding light of various things, whether it was a blinding angel or a blinding snake or a blinding, ball of energy or whatever it was, telling them to do various things. Just because you see an appearance of light doesn't mean that you've seen Jesus and that you've become born again. You look at your fruits. Jesus said, by their fruits you will know them. You don't get bananas from apple trees, and you don't get apple trees from banana trees. So very, very important. But this is now from October 28th, 2020, 4 years later. This is titled, in hoc signo vinces, in this sign conquer. That is, again, what the vision that Constantine was told. Is President Trump the Constantine of our time? Donald Trump is certainly a controversial figure in our time. Some Catholics, considering the upcoming presidential election, may be torn between seeing the good he has done as a president for the church in America and his checkered personal life. President Trump has done more than any president to advance the fight against abortion, promote school choice for parents, permit citizens to be exempt from laws and regulations that would compel them to violate their religious beliefs. That's only going to last for a very short time. Don't worry. Eventually, he's going to compel you to go along with the religious beliefs of the beast. And return to official public life, the language of prayer and God. These and other examples indicate that what he has done as a president has in many ways advanced the goal of the church to Christianize American society, i.e. Catholicize, or at least to reverse some of the de-Christianization of the past few decades. And to be clear, when I say for the church, I do not mean good for the dioceses and bureaucracies and their generally politically correct bishops. I mean for the mystical body of the bride of Christ herself. That is, the church as a divine institution in all her purity despite the failings and unworthiness of her human element. Well, my friend who's writing this, you really should realize that there is no such thing as a divine institution. That is the counterfeit. If you believe what Jesus says in John 6, that nobody can come to him unless the Father does XYZ in their life, that means that all the people who are in the church, in the true church, are the ones that God has resurrected spiritually. Therefore, they cannot be lost. Therefore, the true church is not the visible church, it is the invisible church. It is not the institutionalized church, but the decentralized church. It is not the denominational church, it is the non-denominational, invisible, decentralized church of the elect, because the true church cannot suffer apostasy. Whereas the Catholic Church, which you admit yourself, is that all her human failings. Well, if you want to claim that the Catholic Church is the true church, you have to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that that church has not suffered any apostasy. Good luck, because there's plenty of it with the Catholic Church, just like every other denomination. Now we're up to modern times. March 31st, 2024. Is President Trump Christianity's modern-day Constantine? These are all from different people, folks. Here he is, with all the charismatics praying over him and participating in the counterfeit spirit. Do Christian leaders see President Donald J. Trump as the new Constantine of our time? Being a student of history, I can spot certain similarities between history and current trends, events, actions, and people. 2016 was certainly full of all these, and 2024 is no different. That's right, it's even more, because history is repeating itself, folks. This is not the B. Donald Trump won the biggest victory with Catholics in decades, according to exit polls. We love our Catholics here, don't we? The Pope, I'm not so sure about him, but our radical right-wing extremist Catholics, they're the best. According to multiple exit polls and with strong performance in Catholic-dominated areas, Donald Trump did better with Catholics last night than any president and candidate in decades. According to a Washington Post exit poll, Trump won the national Catholic vote by 56% to 41%. Similarly, an NBC exit poll found the Catholic voters favored Trump in 10 key swing states by a 15-point margin, with 56% of the vote going to the former president and only 41% going to Harris. As the Catholic vote, very often so goes the White House. And the Catholics who have been largely treated very unfairly by the Biden-Harris DOJ, i.e. counterfeit evil, voted for the most pro-life of the available options and helped bring Donnie Trump and his Catholic running mate back to the executive mansion. As CatholicVote.org President Brian Birch said on Trump's victory, quote, Catholic voters played a decisive role in the historic victory of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, with some exit polls suggesting Trump defeated Harris among Catholics by a 14-point margin. These numbers are shocking, he continued, and could prove to be the largest margin among Catholics in a presidential race in decades. Catholics proved again to be a critical voting bloc that cannot be ignored. Maybe being the most radical pro-abort ticket in the history of the country wasn't the way to win the election. Thank goodness for our friends in conservative parishes around the country. Catholics are increasingly attracted by the agenda of the new right, popularized by Trump, which combines family-first social policies with America-first economic priorities, he added. There's more here as well, but this is what's happening, folks. This is what's happening. So, conclusion. We live in a scripted world. There are three senses of that meaning. Number one is that the powers who control this world through secret societies, through all these things that we've been talking about, are in control because we are at the end of history. And again, the closer you get to that final point where the devil is worshipped, the more control he has over every aspect of society. So because we're at the end, it's no surprise that these things are scripted. Everything that happens on the world stage is controlled and choreographed to bring about the final outcome, which the Bible tells you. The world will marvel after the beast. The world is not going to cower after the beast, right? That's the fake New World Order they've been trying to shove down people's throats. Look, they're going to take over your kids. They're going to make them into transsexuals and going to feed everybody cricket flour and they're going to make you live in these gulags and so on. That's the counterfeit New World Order of the world cowering after the beast, being afraid and being punished by the beast. No, that's not what the Bible tells you. The Bible tells you the world will marvel after the beast. You can't marvel if you're in a gulag. You are marveling if you are in a prosperous, cozy, comforting, amazing, and liberty, freedom, and equality for all, the French Revolution, Luciferian ideal. That's what you do when you are in those situations. You're marveling. Wow, look at this. Wow, look at that. This is what the Bible tells you. That means that the end is not some dark, post-apocalyptic situation. The end is a false light situation. This is exactly what's happening. Now, the second meaning of this idea that we're in a scripted world is that history runs in repetitive cycles. If you've studied history, there are certain patterns that repeat every 20 years, every 80 years, every 100 years. History is repetitive, and you can know that just from reading the Bible. Ecclesiastes is one of my favorite books in the Bible. Nothing new under the sun. Nothing new under the sun. The world, the flesh, and the devil, all the three, the satanic triad that is at work in the world, all of those things are predictable. Only God is unpredictable. That's why you can never predict what God's going to do. He's told you what he's going to do, but you can never really predict how he's going to do it because he's the only free being in the universe that can choose free of influence. And he's revealing his choices that he's made freely, whereas everybody else is conditional, including the devil. So that means they're predictable. They're stuck in this matrix of space and time with rules, and they are conditional beings. God is unconditional. He exists outside of the system, and therefore he is the one that's unpredictable, but in a good way. The devil is predictable, but he's evil. So history runs in repetitive cycles, and of course, if you've studied history, you see the same patterns intersecting with Trump. Both ancient patterns like Constantine and recent patterns like Hitler. And I've talked about these before. Number 3, of course, which is the ultimate point of why we live in a scripted world, is because God is sovereign. He is sovereign especially over evil. He's predestined all things to reveal his glory. And these things are allowed to happen so that Christ will be magnified when he returns. He'll be magnified right now in your present life because you know that the only way you could come to be awake from all of this deception, this vile, vile deception, is through the power of the Holy Spirit. There's no way you can show somebody all of the evidence in the world that the assassination attempt on Trump was staged. Because they're under a spiritual delusion of satanic prayers going out into the world, of spirits going and working deceptions and marvels for people. Because they're under that spell, the only way they will be able to be freed from that spell is if God himself acts through you. That's why we don't know who is elect, so we do the best we can and God does the rest. You don't know if he's going to choose to wake that person up through your efforts. But either way, the point is that this is magnifying Christ, because the only way you could possibly come out of this matrix is for God to wake you up. So it magnifies Christ in the present moment. It also magnifies Christ in the final moment when he appears. And he goes and destroys the man of sin. He destroys this empire, and everything just comes crumbling down as if it's made out of paper. And then you know who the real God is. Not that you don't know now, but you're going to have proof of it. You will see for yourself who God is. And that's why all of these things must happen, folks. They must happen. They must come to power because God has predestined them for his glory. There's the usual occult nonsense, markers all over Trump's election, just like with everything else, just like with the assassination attempt, just like with the previous elections. All this stuff is just occult nonsense, folks. The numerology, the numbers, the colors, the, this and that, the hats, it all confirms all of the Masonic and occult ties that we've established and other people have established in so many other places. All the drama of the court cases that Trump was under to keep people frothing at the mouth, to get them to push them into this religious nationalist ideal, all of that just goes poof. Oh, well, I guess we just didn't make it in time. You mean to tell me that this deep state matrix that controls everything just happened to have a major oversight and they didn't get their act together in time, and now, well, I guess there's nothing we can do. Such nonsense. Everybody thinks that we conquered the deep state now, that we just happen to vote them out with our free will. The people spoke, the people have had enough, we exercised our rights, and we used our forbidden fruit free will to finally take away power from the big, bad, evil deep state. We conquered Satan, folks. We conquered the devil, and now we're going to usher in a golden age full of Christianity and good values and good things. Really. You voted out the devil, and now you can create your own counterfeit eternity. That's the mentality, folks. That's the mentality. The same deep state that stole the election and controlled America is the same deep state that you're seeing Trump surrounding himself with. The deep state hasn't gone anywhere, folks. All it's done is just change packaging to make you accept the new version as the truth. The deep state is still there. It's always been there. And there's the deep church, and there's basically the deep pockets that are controlling everything. So, people see these people like I forget her name, Susie, whatever, and the other guy they're all part of the swamp, and he's surrounding himself with J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is a puppet of Peter Thiel, and all these people who are looking to create a, digital society where everything is monitored. So Trump is surrounding himself with these people, but nobody's saying anything about it. So it tells you everything about the delusion. Again, every authoritarian party in history, just study history, folks. History is, is cyclical. Every authoritarian party in history, when they took power, what did they do? What did they do? They took out the media, they replaced it with their own media. They took out their opponents, replaced it with their own puppets. They said they're doing good for the people when in fact they're actually creating more control and edifying the status quo. I didn't put an article in here, but I read something like, in the last, week or so, all the top billionaires made, an enormous amount of money from all of these shenanigans that happen. They're the ones that made all the money in COVID. They're the ones that made all the money before. They're the ones that keep making money while everything else just goes up and down, up and down, up and down. This is the world we live in. It's all just one big scam because you're still in Egypt. You are still in Egypt, folks. And it's going to take the arrival of God to free us from Egypt. So thank God that these things are coming to an end. But either way, Trump is surrounded by the swamp that he promised to take out. And that's clear. And people just don't realize that history is just repeating. They're repeating in such obvious ways if you understand history. But people are so deluded by the left-right game that's been played. You see, they've had a lot of practice at revolutions, folks. They've had a lot of practice since Napoleon with charismatic leaders to bring them up and to start movements. They've learned quite a bit. And so they learned how to use this dualistic party system to where they can raise an authority, a hero up, and make you want him to be your dictator. They will make you want him to be in charge of everything and to tell you what to do, to tell you when to rest, when to not rest. People are going to want that. That is the way to get it done. Because before, there was always, people that didn't want it. It was always messy, and revolutions didn't last very long. They were very temporary. Well, in this case, they wanted to make it to where people embrace the New World Order of themselves. And this is exactly what they've accomplished. Truly brilliant, because they've used the good cop, bad cop method. The reason people don't realize that this is a hoax is because the Jesuits have practiced these things for centuries. Again, history is very important to understand. Every lie has an expiration date, and when the time for a current lie comes for it to expire, it's time for a new crisis. That crisis exposes the previous system, builds rapport with you as the savior, and then moves you to the next lie. Then that lie expires, and it's time for another crisis. And then that crisis builds rapport with the next generation, moves them to the counter narrative, and so on and so forth. This is the constant gaslighting, good cop, bad cop, that's been at least since the French Revolution with the whole, dual party system. In 1990, they developed the internet and Bitcoin, which are really the foundation for the final system, where they're going to have a digital everything, digital income, digital profile. Everybody's going to be connected, and if you don't bow down to this system spiritually, it's no benefits for you. All that happened in the early 90s. Interestingly enough, the NAR also started to pop up in the early 90s. So they knew these things ultimately would lead people to learning and sharing information like the internet. And so this is a problem because it has to be steered in the right way. They slowly controlled this technology and moved in the direction they wanted to through things like digitized payments, digital money. Of course, now we have crypto all over the place. Trump even has his own crypto. Social media, Google search engines, personal cell phones. Basically, they turned the average citizen. They gave you all of this power. You shall be like God. They give you all this power to basically become your own little researcher. However, through this echo chamber, they basically controlled the narrative everybody that is created. So what's the point I'm trying to say? Through doing this, they've managed to make the average person be the one that is contributing to building the echo chamber. Do you get it? By feeding you this dual narrative and elevating to you an authority who's on your side, who's coming to rescue you, they have managed to manipulate people into creating the counter narrative echo chamber for themselves with all these technologies that, in essence, they should only empower you to think freely and to research. And yet they've done it in such a way through social media, Google, all these manipulations to use people to basically build their own cages. It's truly profound. It really is over the last, 30 years that this has been the case. This is exactly what they've done. They've moved the world from dark to light. And today, everything is very institutionalized. Now they've got these things solidified. AI is creeping in, more and more control. There's going to be digitized economy, and pretty soon you're going to have a digital inquisition, which we'll talk about. But either way, the occultists believe that Trump is the alchemist, wizard, bringing the New World Order and Great Awakening. The NAR, or charismatics, believe that Trump is King Jehu, taking out Jezebel. The Jews believe Trump is Cyrus, bringing peace and prosperity for their messianic age. And the Catholics believe he's Emperor Constantine. Do you realize how significant it is that all of these groups of people have been deceived by Trump? And of course, by the people who are managing Trump and the Trump phenomenon. Because he's a phenomenon. He's not doing this of himself. He's part of the club, and he does what he's told. But Trump is elevated to bring all of these people, all of these threads together. The mystery religion, the counterfeit Christian reality, the Jews, the Catholics, even the Muslims are all about Trump. Everybody's all about Trump. And he's the linchpin that is anchoring all of these things together into one New World Order thing. Again, I'm not saying he's the Antichrist. I'm not saying he's the false prophet, because these things are institutional. But he is working for the false prophet, which is the United States, and working through signs and wonders and all these things to basically galvanize the world into one final delusion. History is repeating into the final temptation, folks. And so this is a scripted event. There's nothing new under the sun. Don't panic, though. Don't panic that all these things are happening. Instead, rejoice, because it means we are right about the trajectory of history. It means we are right, and things are probably going to move very quickly, and we'll talk about what to watch in the coming years, because, again, I believe an educated guess is 10 years. 10 years from now, maybe a little bit less. I am not inclined to say a little bit more, but 7 to 10 years, let's put it that way. I think these things will move exceedingly fast. Either way, until then, we first have to experience the counterfeit golden age, which is Satan's final assault on humanity. So onward to part 2, the golden age. Welcome to part 2. This is now the Golden Age, which is a very important thing to discuss because this is exactly what's on the horizon. Satan's final attempt and final temptation to attack the body of Christ and to destroy as many people as possible. Of course, his deception will not succeed on the elect because God has reserved those for himself. But we don't know who those people are. But we do know that the people who do take the mark and who will be destroyed are not elect. So take comfort in that nobody who is elect will be destroyed. God will save those he has purpose to save at different times. But nevertheless, we are headed straight towards the final thing, folks. The Q PSYOP promised a golden age, a great awakening, and that's been going on for at least the last 8 years. Trump has tweeted about a new age of enlightenment. I've documented that before. I don't know if that tweet is still around, but of course he's talked about it recently as well with creating a golden age. We'll look at that article, which is, he said, we're going to create a golden age in America. 2025, the Lucius Trust is all about love and light and golden age and new age ideas. 2025 is the Catholic Jubilee year. 2025 is Alice Bailey's externalization of the hierarchy, where all these spiritual mystery things are going to be externalized, i.e. in the physical world. And 2025 also, I believe, is Aleister Crowley's great work, the year of the snake. So all of these things are deceptions and signs of the end. As they grow and solidify over the next however months and years, you need a solid scriptural foundation to be able to deal with these things and also to help other people out of delusion. What is coming, folks, is going to look so good and so almost evil that you are going to, I should say, not almost evil, but almost right. It's going to look so good and so almost right that you are going to be accused of being evil for rejecting it. Let me say that again. What is coming is going to look so good and it's going to be so almost right that you are going to be accused of being evil for rejecting it. Of course, the Bible tells us, woe to those who call good evil and evil good, and this is exactly what's going to be the case. Woe to those who call good evil and evil good. There's going to be a lot of people calling the evil that is coming on the horizon very good. And it's going to look so almost right. But remember, if I have 2 cups of water and they look the same, they smell the same, they taste the same, but one of them has a drop of very, horrible poison, arsenic, thallium, whatever, in there, it's that drop. Those 2 cups are 91. The one with the poison is 99% almost right. Do you get it? 99% almost right. It has almost everything like the other cup except that one tiny little drop of very lethal poison. What's the difference between those two? They have 2 very different outcomes. One is going to hydrate you and refresh you while the other one is going to kill you. Therefore, the thing that matters is not how they're the same. What matters is how they are different. And this is a fundamental idea in discernment. What matters is how are these different? Because the difference between right and almost right is what kills you. It's not the thing that makes them the same. It's not the same. It's not the thing that, or I shouldn't say, it's not Christians calling themselves Christians. It's not people having spiritual experiences. It's not people going to church. It's not people having fellowship or baptisms or whatever, etc., etc., etc. Those things are very similar to born-again Christians. So the things that are the same are not the ones that are consequential. It is what is different. And if you don't develop an eye for what is different, then it's very easy to get swept up in what is coming. People call Trump good, but he's actually evil, folks. He's evil. He has no fruits of somebody who's born again. He rejects the idea of asking for forgiveness. He has, of course, we shouldn't judge him too much as far as his moral shortcomings, because everybody has moral shortcomings. But if you're going to be a leader, you are more scrutinized than the average person. And he certainly has a lot of things that are leaving to be desired, right? So ultimately, Trump is not a good person. He's mixed in with the occult. He's definitely part of the plan. And people think he's good, and yet he is actually evil. The Bible tells us that Satan comes as an angel of light. And so that's a warning to you that true discernment is discerning between right and almost right. Now, before we get into these current events, I want to establish a biblical foundation because that is very important. You should have a biblical foundation for standing on why these things are true. Why is it true that the thing that's actually evil is the one that looks good? Why is it true? Well, it's because the Bible says so. So let's go to a few important verses. This is in Matthew 24, 9 through 13. Jesus says, "Then they will deliver you up to tribulation and put you to death, and you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake. And then many will fall away and betray one another and hate one another. And many false prophets will arise and lead many astray. And because the lawlessness will be increased, the love of many will grow cold. But the one who endures to the end will be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be proclaimed throughout the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come." Very important picture of something that portrays to you a counterfeit Christian ending. False prophets, people betraying you, i.e. they were like you, but they betrayed you. They weren't unbelievers. These are believers that are betraying you. Or I should say, quote-unquote believers. Quote-unquote Christians. Christians in name only. The love of many will grow cold. People will fall away, i.e. they will apostatize and hate each other. People are going to hate you for rejecting this thing. They're going to call you all sorts of names. Matthew 24, later in the chapter, you have verse 37 through 39. For as were the days of Noah, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. For as in those days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day when Noah entered the ark. And they were unaware until the flood came and swept them all away. So will be the coming of the Son of Man. Now that's an important marker, because again, it tells you that the end is not a communist dystopia, not a Zionist, empire, not a Muslim caliphate. It tells you that the end is a place of prosperity. And again, if we compare the previous verses, obviously Christianity is the main thing. It's in view. So the coming of the Son of Man is going to be a situation where people are going to be eating and drinking, giving in marriage. Why? Because they took the mark. That's why. Because when the Son of Man comes and people are celebrating, they've been taking the mark. They haven't been excluded from society. So the end is a counterfeit golden age, folks. And this is what we are headed towards. 1 Thessalonians 5, verses 1 through 5, the day of the Lord. I've posted this before. Now concerning the times and the seasons, brothers, you have no need to have anything written to you. For you yourselves are fully aware the day of the Lord will come like a thief in the night. While people are saying there is peace and security, then sudden destruction will come upon them as labor pains come upon a pregnant woman, and they will not escape. So when does the day of the Lord come, i.e. judgment day? When people say there's peace and security. That means anybody promising to you to create world peace and this secure situation, no more taxes, no more this, no more that. It's going to be great. Health everywhere. That should be a marker of the signs of the end, because the point is that you cannot create a golden age. Only Jesus can create a golden age. And if the devil is the god of this world and he controls the world, then anybody who is a puppet on the world stage promising you a golden age means that they're working for the devil. A couple more verses. But you are not in darkness, brothers, for that day to surprise you like a thief. For you are children of light, children of the day. We are not of the night or of the darkness. That's right. God's elect will not be deceived. And that is very good news. 2 Thessalonians 2. We were just talking about this 1 through 12. The man of lawlessness. Now, concerning the coming of the Lord Jesus Christ and our being gathered together to him, we ask you, brothers, not to be quickly shaken in mind or alarmed either by a spirit or a spoken word or a letter seeming to be from us, to the effect that the day of the Lord has come. Remember when I told you that early Christianity was dealing with persecution on one side, which is dark, on the other side you had all the counterfeits? This is Paul's letters were some of the earliest writings, and you can see that he documents counterfeits already happening. Counterfeit apostles, counterfeit letters, all sorts of things, trying to pull people into the false light, as the persecution is pushing them from the other side. Moving on. Let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first and the man of lawlessness is revealed, the son of destruction. Who is this person? Well, he's the one who opposes and exalts himself against every so-called God or object of worship, so that he takes his seat in the temple of God, proclaiming himself to be God. Quick pause. Who is the temple of God? Well, if you read Paul in context, it's very clear that that's the body of Christ. Not a specific building, not a physical thing, but a spiritual thing, which is, of course, the church. So what Paul is telling you, which is echoing from Daniel's little horn, is that this man of lawlessness is going to take his position in the temple of God and proclaim himself to be God. Has there been a man, let's say maybe an institution of men, that has taken their place in the temple of God and proclaimed himself to be God? Well, there has, my friends, and if you look into my End Time series, my Mystery Babylon episode, or you can look it up yourself, The Pope has been, I was almost saying the devil, which is the right way to say it. Yeah, the devil. The Pope has called himself our Lord God, the Pope. People also called the Pope our Lord the Pope, or the Vicar of Christ, which is literally in place of Christ. He had the 3 tiaras, which resembles dominion over heaven and hell and earth. He proclaims to forgive sins. He calls himself Holy Father, which is a title that Jesus uses for the Father in heaven. He proclaims to be infallible. He sits between the two cherubim, which is a counterfeit of the Ark of the Covenant, which is basically sitting in the temple. So have these things been fulfilled in history? Absolutely, folks. There's no other better candidate for this particular prophecy. So this is what we're talking about, not a future Antichrist walking into a Jewish temple. Moving on, verse 5. Do you remember that when I was still with you, I told you these things? And you know what is restraining him now so that he may be revealed in his time. We're talking about institutions and powers. We're not talking about individuals. See my end time series to understand how this works. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only he who now restrains it will do so until he is out of the way, which of course was pagan Rome. And then the lawless one will be revealed, which he has been revealed, and he's been there in the temple, proclaiming himself to be God. But he's going to be there until whom the Lord Jesus will kill with the breath of his mouth and bring to nothing by the appearance of his coming. So this lawless one is going to be in charge until the return of Christ. So that's an important point. However, there's more. The coming of the lawless one is by the activity of Satan with all power and false signs and wonders. Are you seeing some of those recently in current events? And with all wicked deception for those who are perishing. So really quick point, the wicked deception is for who? It's for the people who are reprobate, the people who are dying and who refuse to repent and trust the truth. Why? Because they refuse to love the truth and so be saved. So the wicked deception is not for the elect. It's for the people who are perishing. We don't know who those are. You know, you might have a family or a friend who is going to be that thief on the cross. So don't lose hope. But know for certain that the elect are going to be saved, because the deception that God has allowed the devil to do is for the people that he has not chosen to save, who are wicked, who remain in their sins, and he has allowed the devil to do this as judgment upon them, to deceive them so they can be destroyed. Verse 11 tells you who the primary cause is. Therefore, God sends them a strong delusion so that they may believe what is false, in order that they may be condemned, who did not believe the truth but had pleasure in unrighteousness. People who are idolizing Trump and have pleasure in this unrighteousness, in this idolatry, are going to be condemned by it and be destroyed. So just so you remember the primary cause, God is the one who sends them a strong delusion. In 2 verses, Paul tells you the primary and the secondary cause. First, he tells you the secondary cause, that it's coming by all activity and power and signs and wonders of Satan. So we know who the actor is here. It's Satan. Satan is trying his hardest in this final thing. And so it's going to be very powerful. His maximal deceptive ability is going to be flexed. Nevertheless, the Bible also tells you something very important, to ground all of that evil into God's sovereign purpose to glorify himself. The next verse says, therefore God sends them a strong delusion. Well, wait a minute. I thought this was by all power and signs and working of Satan. Yes, but it is God who has authorized it. So go ahead, Satan, deceive these people, and my glory will be revealed. I will destroy you, and I will destroy them when I return. So this is all for God's glory. It's anchored in God's sovereignty, so you remember that, which is very important. But nevertheless, what does this warn you? Is that the future is not a dystopia. The future is a utopia. Very, very important. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 2 through 5. This is godlessness in the last days. For people will be lovers of self, lovers of money, proud, arrogant, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, heartless, unappeasable, slanderers, without self-control, brutal, not loving the good, treacherous, reckless, swollen with conceit, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God. Up until this point, up until the end of verse 4, you could appropriate that to practically any point in history, whether it's pagan or Christian or whatever else. But there's a qualifier that is so important. Verse 5, having the appearance of godliness, but denying its power. Avoid such people. Do you get the massive importance of this verse 5? All of these things, heartless, unappeasable, slanderous, without self-control, all brutal. You're like, oh, are we talking about like pagan Rome, or what are we talking about? Well, no, you're talking about having the appearance of godliness, but denying its power. i.e. denying the gospel, and rather leaning on idolatry, tradition, false light, religious nationalism, emotional, concepts, etc., etc. So Paul tells you that godlessness in the last days is actually a factor of people having the appearance of godliness, but denying its power. Isn't that profound? People who deny the sovereignty of God and trust in the sovereignty of God, and instead embrace the synergistic deceptions of the devil, whether it's climate change or voting or whatever else, to get you sucked into the storm that you need to do something, and otherwise the outcome is not going to happen. Denying the power of the sovereign God. And of course, they're going to be judged for it. So godlessness in the last days are people who are having the appearance of godliness, but denying its power. 2 Timothy chapter 4, verses 3 through 4. Also another famous verse. For the time is coming when people will not endure sound teaching, but having itching ears, they will accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own passions, and will turn away from listening to the truth and wander off into myths. Does that describe the common era that we are in? Absolutely, especially with social media and Google and all of the things that we've talked about where they now control the digital echo chamber. Myths are rampant, and they can create mythology so quickly. Look how quickly they created the mythology around Trump with this assassination attempt that God anointed him and he's fighting the deep state and we're ushering a golden age in literally like 3 months. A couple events, couple of shock factors, and boom, now you have a legend of a singular man coming in to save you from the evil. This is what it's at, folks, and these things are going to be faster and faster. Acts 20, Paul says, I know that after my departure, fierce wolves will come in among you, not sparing the flock. Are these fierce wolves pagan oppressors, Roman empires, pagan conquerors? What are they? No. And from among your own selves will arise men speaking twisted things to draw away disciples after them. So the wolves are the people who are from among your own selves, i.e., counterfeits, not unbelievers that the Bible warns you about counterfeits. 1 John 2, 18 through 20, Antichrist. Children, it is the last hour, as you have heard that Antichrist is coming. Not a personal Antichrist, but the spirit of Antichrist. So now many Antichrists have come. Therefore we know that it is the last hour. They went out from us. So these Antichrists, were they unbelievers? They were pagans? They were doing obviously occult evil stuff? No. They went out from us, meaning they were counterfeits. But they were not of us. For if they had been of us, they would have continued with us. Why? Because God preserves his elect. That's why. If you're a synergist or an Arminian, you have nothing to stand on. You can't interpret this correctly. What is the basis for them continuing with you? What? Because if they had been of you? No, because God had chosen them to be of you, of the church, and he would have persevered their faith. But the counterfeits, they're not God's, so he let them apostatize to reveal his sovereignty. But they went out that it might become plain that they are not of us. But you have been anointed by the Holy One, and you have knowledge. In other words, you're part of the church, and you are not going to apostatize because God will sustain you. This is the brilliant and encouraging message of the gospel. And if you do not ground the gospel in God's sovereignty and his predestined plan to reveal his glory, you have nothing to stand on, my friends. It's going to get crazier and crazier, so you'll need to stand on that rock. So do not hate predestination. Don't argue against it. Learn it. Understand how profound it truly is to believe in a monergistic view of salvation. Jude 1 verse 4, false apostles. For certain people have crept in unnoticed. Who are these people? Are they unbelieving pagans? No. Who long ago were designed for this condemnation. Ungodly people who pervert the grace of our God into sensuality and deny our only Master and Lord Jesus Christ. So not only were these people counterfeits, but they also were designated for this condemnation, to be condemned as counterfeits. They were designated from a long time ago, i.e. before time was created. God decreed the reprobate, the elect, the devil, every aspect of his story to reveal himself. This story is about him, his story. And all of the villains are decreed for a purpose. So evil has a role to play. But it's a temporary role, thank goodness. And that's a very encouraging thought. Revelation, of course, is full of these things. We won't go too much over Revelation because I have a whole series on it, but we have Revelation 3 is the lukewarm church. Jesus is rebuking the lukewarm church for basically being super comfortable and having all the comforts and not having enough faith and strength and being a Berean. Revelation 13, you have the world marveling after the beast, which we talked about. Marveling doesn't happen because you're being oppressed. Marveling happens because you're being seduced. There's the false prophet, of course, also working false signs and wonders and deceiving people into basically this religious nationalist idea. Revelation 16, you have the unclean spirits deceiving the world into such a deception that they would unite to fight Christ. And of course, Revelation 17, you have the kings of the earth giving their power to the woman riding the beast, which is the mystery religion manifesting itself as a church, as a counterfeit bride of Christ, ruling and controlling a governmental system that the kings of the earth all pledge their allegiance to. For a short time, thank God, but nevertheless, this is the picture. There's also so many parables that Jesus has of false converts, like the wheat and the tares, the good fish, the bad fish, the wise and foolish virgins, the sower, the sheep and the goats. There's Old Testament imagery in Genesis 3. Satan didn't appear to Adam and Eve as a giant fire-breathing dragon, folks. He didn't say, eat this forbidden fruit or else you'll die, or else I'm going to make you eat crickets. No, he said, oh, you could be like God. It was enticing. It was seductive. It looked good to eat, looked good to the eyes. Why not? This is the same temptation, but the Bible is circular, folks. The same temptation as it was in the end, it's going to be in the beginning. You're going to have to make a choice between what seems good and almost right and the truth, which is completely right. In the Exodus, you have imagery of the Israelites worshiping Yahweh as a golden calf. I talk about this in my Yahweh series. They were not worshiping a pagan god. They were worshiping Yahweh as a golden calf because of certain beliefs at that time about how gods would go before you. And so they built the golden calf in order to invoke God and to basically force God to do their will, which of course is religion. That's the same thing as the sacramental system and saying that you can do a certain thing and God is going to be obligated to respond. That's religion. And that counterfeit religion thread has been throughout history of worshiping Yahweh in the wrong way, from Cain all the way to the Pope in the modern day. It's the same thing, folks. It's trying to do it your own way instead of doing it the way that God has asked. In Deuteronomy, of course, you also have warnings against success and God warning the Israelites, listen, you're going to get nice and fat and cozy and you're going to forget about me. So there's plenty of warnings against success and being seduced by it. Daniel 4 with the statue with, what's the name, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, basically resisting counterfeit worship. You had countless apostasies of Israel in the Old Testament where they basically were worshiping the sun along with worshiping God. So it's just constantly mixing truth with error. This is the consistent narrative that the Bible shows you, folks. It warns you against the dangers of prosperity and success and the dangers of a counterfeit worship. Not like outright pagan worship, but rather counterfeit worship under the guise of success and prosperity and love and light, which of course is what the devil is going to offer you at the very end. Now, success is not evil inherently. That's an important thing. If you're successful, if you have funds, don't feel that you are sinful because of that. But it is warned against many times because the devil has many outlets through success to bait you away from the truth and to basically bait you into self-satisfaction, into forgetting about God as the provider, the redeemer, and the creator, and so on and so forth. So success is not evil inherently, but the devil has as a window to basically using success against you. The Bible is circular. Again, Adam and Eve resting on the Sabbath with God is a picture of eternity. The fall is the first evil thing that happened. It's also going to be the last evil thing that happened. Every day we have to fight this forbidden fruit of choosing between our own way of doing things and jumping into the storm of the synergistic lie, or trusting in God's sovereignty, trusting in God's word, in his character, and in his complete sovereignty over the situation. The reason mankind fell is because the devil inserted 3 little threads. You can't trust God's word, you can't trust God's character, and God's not sovereign, you are. You have to do it. And so that conversation has been the conversation of history, folks. And at the very end, that conversation is going to reach a maximum. It's going to be the same thing. You will have to choose whether you believe that the God is sovereign and he is the provider, he's the redeemer, you can trust his word, you can trust his character, or you're going to go the way of the wind and go with what most people are going to do, which is, whether directly or indirectly, honor the devil as the redeemer, the provider, the creator. It's crazy thought, but this is the direction of history. The end times prophecies do not say that the best is yet to come, at least not until Jesus appears. That's for sure. Yeah, the best is yet to come. That's the truth in the sense that in the grand scheme of things. But the devil counterfeits that with his "the best is yet to come," which is right before. Right before there's a little taste of that, which of course is a counterfeit eternity. The end times prophecies consistently warn of what? Of false converts, false apostles, false prophets, false doctrines, wolves in sheep's clothing, a false church taking over. It doesn't warn you of paganism. It warns you of a counterfeit Christian New World Order. The end times prophecies also warn of a worship issue, not a governmental secular issue. They warn of a worship issue. Do you understand how important that is? They worship the beast. They marveled after the beast. They worship the beast. So it's a worship issue, meaning religion and spirituality are at the forefront of what's coming. So when people say, we've conquered the deep state, we've conquered the atheistic, evil, satanic, secular deep state. Well, what does the Bible have to say about that? Does the Bible say that it's going to be a secular power forcing you into a secular, atheistic, communistic, dystopia? No. It says there's going to be a worship issue and a counterfeit Christian reality. Shouldn't that perk your ears up? And of course, most people sadly are so invested in this delusion because they've been so traumatized by the dark that it's hard to reach them. So how has Satan hidden this agenda to most people? The question is, how has he done this? How has he hidden this agenda in plain sight? The answer, my friends, is that he's destroyed people's eschatology, i.e. study of the end times. And of course, that started with the Counter-Reformation, when the reformers identified through history, not completely perfectly, but they did identify that the beast was the papacy. And they saw that they were under the papal power and that this is the man of sin who sits in the temple and so on and so forth. And so that prompted a reaction from the beast to hide itself in plain sight. It developed two, again, the double attack, as you always see, preterism, futurism in this case. Preterism is everything happened in the past, and even some people believe Jesus' return happened in the past. So it doesn't concern us. It was just the Jews in the first century. Futurism says everything's going to happen in the future really quick and in a very tiny place in Jerusalem. That's the center of the end times action, not a worldwide Christian New World Order where there's counterfeit worship going on and there's a man of sin basically leading the charge with that. So preterism and futurism, either to the left or to the right, doesn't matter. Just get off the narrow road, which is historicism. Both of these eschatological paradigms hide the Antichrist power on the earth and what it is doing. And of course, if you have accepted that, then the Antichrist power can do whatever it wants with all of the other poisons and deceptions that it's doing. If you realized that the papacy is the beast, and the Bible warns you that people are going to marvel after this system. And you see that Trump is surrounded by Catholics, and he's doing all these Catholic memes and pandering to all of them, and they think he's the new Constantine, and history's repeating. Then you would be able to interpret the news very differently than somebody who thinks, well, Jesus came in the first century. That was just the AD judgment. It's not really concerning us. The best is yet to come. He's just going to get better, and we're just going to keep getting better until Jesus returns again. Do you see how the end times, your eschatological views are critical to understanding the news? How if you don't have the right eschatology, the whole point is that you misinterpret the news so they can brainwash you with all this dialectical stuff? That's how the deception gets in. Because again, people have abandoned God's word. If you abandon God's word, you have no possible chance to have discernment when the coming of the lawless one is by all power and signs and of wonders of Satan. You have no way to discern from Satan's maximal efforts if you do not have the word of God underneath you as a foundation, and you're skilled with using that and studying and knowing what the prophecies say and why and so on and so forth. Of course, again, if you need help with that, watch my various series that I mentioned at the start. The final capstone is something that people will want. People are going to want this new world order, folks. Again, marveling after the beast tells you everything. It's a situation of peace, of comfort, of prosperity, of security. The reality is that we were created to marvel after Jesus for eternity. And the devil wants to be Jesus. He wants to be the one that is worshipped as God, as the Savior. So that's why people are marveling after the beast. Satan is going to counterfeit eternity, and the reprobate will marvel at him temporarily, compared to The elect marveling at Jesus for eternity. It's an inversion. It's the opposite. And yet it's also a counterfeit. Satan will also enforce worship through this counterfeit system by having a counterfeit day of rest that glorifies him as the provider, the redeemer, the creator. Because the Sabbath was created as an eternal picture, as a placeholder of eternity until Jesus returns. And of course, as of the cross, we have the full meaning of the Sabbath. And we have all these things that we can think about and come to terms with every week. But the Sabbath is a picture of that eternal state. And of course, that's connected to God being the provider, redeemer, the creator. It's connected to his people and so on. So it makes sense that if the devil's going to be creating a counterfeit eternity temporarily, and he's going to be marveled at, that he's going to have his own counterfeit day of rest, where people can acknowledge him through worshiping, by resting, that he is the giver of rest. He is the giver of the created world order. He's the one that provides for you and so on and so forth, which of course just makes me sick in my stomach to even say, but this is the reality, folks. And people say, oh, that's nonsense, tinfoil hats, Sunday laws, that's never going to happen. It is going to happen. Because spiritually, first off, it makes sense. And of course, if you look at the last 2,000 years of history, there's ample evidence for that, and we cover that in my Sabbath series. But if all of this is over your head, again, watch these various series like my End Times, my Sabbath, my Great Delusion. If anybody tells you out of your friends that the best is yet to come, ask them what they mean. Ask them what they mean by that. What do you mean by the best is yet to come? Do you mean like when Jesus returns? Yeah, I agree with you. Absolutely. The best is yet to come. I can't wait for Jesus to return, for all this to be finally over. Oh, you mean like Trump and all this nationalist stuff we're going to do? No, that's the most evil that's coming. And of course, hopefully that will open the discussion, but who knows? You have to learn what the Bible says, folks, and you have to know what it says about the end times. All of these things that I reviewed with you through Scripture tell you that there's right and almost right. The Bible and Jesus and the apostles are warning you about almost right. You need to have a solid foundation of these things so that you can recognize the true evil, because most people are going to call the evil that's coming good. And this is the stark reality. So now that we have some biblical context, it's time to get back to our friends, the articles here. And if I can find all of my windows, so many windows, click, click, click. Here we go. This is from CNN. And it says, atheist chaplains are forging a new path in a changing world. CNN. Jason Callahan spends much of his days at the bedsides of people nearing the end of life. A chaplain in the palliative care unit of Hospital Career Center, Callahan supports patients and their loved ones as they confront some of life's most challenging crises. How will I cope with the pain and suffering that accompanies this advanced illness? Did I do right by my dying family member? Did I experience and accomplish everything I wanted to? What will happen after I die? Callahan isn't afraid of digging into the deep stuff. In fact, he runs towards it. Sometimes, though, he'll encounter patients who brush him off when they learn he's a chaplain. They aren't believers, they tell him, and aren't particularly in the mood for a sermon. He isn't there to preach or pray. He reassures them. His job is just to be there for them as a human being, to listen and to comfort them through whatever they're struggling with. In these conversations with patients who are wary of religion, Callahan slips in another detail. He's an atheist himself. Callahan is one of the growing number of openly atheist chaplains working in institutions around the country. Though the term atheist chaplain might sound like an oxymoron, he doesn't see a contradiction between his beliefs and the work of tending to the human spirit. Quick pause. How can you possibly be a chaplain, atheist chaplain, and believe in a human spirit? Atheism, by its definition, rejects anything that is spiritual and non-material. So keep that in mind. Being an atheist, non-believer, unaffiliated, whatever you want to call yourself, lends itself really well to chaplaincy because we naturally don't project our own stuff onto people, he says. Really? Everybody projects everything, folks. The question is, are you projecting the truth or not? Callahan's role reflects a broader trend in society. About 28% of adults in the U.S. belong to a group known as the religious nuns, meaning they identify as atheists, agnostics, or nothing in particular. But even as the population moves away from religion, the desire for spirituality and connectedness remains. That's right, because God created you to worship Him. And if you don't fill it with that, then the devil is going to insert his counterfeits on the left and on the right. Pew's survey indicates about half of nuns describe themselves as spiritual or say spirituality is important to them. Really quick, are these the type of people that are going to take the mark on their hand because they want a sense of belonging and a vague sense of spiritual experience and they have no discernment? I think so. Fundamental questions that faith has long answered, from why we're here and what it means to live a meaningful life, are just as urgent and relevant for the non-religious, especially as humanity grapples with existential threats and technological advances that are reshaping our world in ways that are still unclear. Chaplains like Callahan are helping people make sense of them. How can you possibly help anybody make sense of the most fundamental experience, which is the human condition, and all of these questions that we have, these existential questions? How can you possibly help anybody make sense of it when you do not have the gospel? How? Death is the ultimate equalizer. If you do not have life after death, then everything that you do in this life is meaningless. It is absolutely pointless. Paul says that basically if we're wrong, then we are to be pitied among all people. This is the point, folks. Death is the ultimate equalizer. Unless you have a solution to life after death, then nothing matters. Nothing matters. And of course, every other system doesn't have a solution. Whether it's reincarnation or Catholicism or Judaism or Islam, all of these are dead ends for various reasons. They're all works-based ways of going about it. And if you understand that God is sovereign and perfectly just, then there's no way these things can be true. And we've talked about them in other places as well. The gospel is the only one that solves this problem. You can have eternal life if you place your faith in the perfect work of God. And if you believe and God has revealed himself to you, then you cannot be lost either, because God preserves all the people he has chosen to save. What good news that would be to somebody dying on their deathbed, that they can believe and genuinely have a relationship with God and be resurrected on the other side. That is the solution to all these things. But if you are an atheist and you're just giving them cozy cozies and human connection and all of this worldly counterfeit stuff, counterfeit comfort, counterfeit peace. You know, the peace beyond understanding is not being relaxed or having somebody hold your hand and telling everything, you know, it's okay, I understand what you're feeling. That's not peace. That's comfort. That's momentary comfort. The peace beyond understanding is knowing that forever you are reconciled with the sovereign God of the universe. That when that day comes, you can step before this mighty and glorious throne without feeling that you are going to be cast into the lake of fire, because you have a receipt with the payment of the blood of Jesus Christ that you can present. And that can be accepted, and you are reconciled with God. That is the peace beyond understanding, because that is what you hang on to when the ups and downs of life come. But there's a counterfeit peace. There's a worldly, counterfeit, cozy, comforting peace that is offered to you. And this is shades of it happening. Even the atheists are now starting to realize we need spirituality in our lives. This bitter, secular atheism is not working. It was an experiment. It failed after the last 200 years. And of course, it was intended to fail, to bring people back to religious nationalism. These people, these atheist chaplains and the people who are non-religious, are going to be the types of people who will embrace this system for the need for spirituality and connection with other people, that the devil will manipulate them into taking the mark on their hand. Maybe some of them are on their head, but probably a lot of them are going to be on their hand, i.e. actions. I don't really believe in this stuff, but like Richard Dawkins said, I'd rather be a cultural Christian than live in those crazy Muslim countries. This kind of religion I like, but that kind of religion I don't like. This is exactly what's happening, folks. And there'll be more and more of this too. You'll see the liberals are flipping to dark to light too. It's pretty phenomenal. Oh, here he is. This is from Irish Star. Andrew Tate, our good old friend Andrew Tate, is moving back to America because bulletproof outlaw Donald Trump is in charge. It's easy to assume Tate's sudden interest in relocating has everything to do with Donald Trump. Andrew Tate has thrown down the gauntlet. The internet has not had a moment to breathe since Donald Trump is announced president of the United States again. The self-proclaimed misogynist could not hide his giddiness when he took to X and wrote, "I'm moving back to America." Tate has dual citizenship in both the UK and the US, and he was born in the United Kingdom but raised in the United States before returning to England with his mother. It's easy to assume his sudden interest in relocating has everything to do with Trump, as he followed up his previous tweet with, "The bulletproof outlaw is in charge." So, of course, birds of a feather, Andrew Tate coming back to America. Will he be one of those voices very soon to convert to the new Christian thing that will be so, just like Candace Owens, just like Nick Fuentes, just like all these people that are very aggressive and militant? Once he converts, will he be one of those voices that will be calling for your execution for being such a pansy and not accepting the mandates of the beast? Will he be one of those people? I think so. And it's interesting that he's moving back to America where the false prophet, all these things are centered. The Great Delusion and the image of the beast and everything is happening here, folks. And it's going to spread to the rest of the world. Of course, they have to consolidate all their assets. So I'm not surprised that Tate is moving back to the U.S. Breaking, this is from Kingston Report, the hydrogen bomb is about to drop on big pharma tyranny, Alex Jones. Alex Jones just posted an interview with Dale Bigtree discussing the U.S. government databases of vaccines, citizens, and diseases, disabilities, and deaths that incurred after vaccination. Yeah, if you don't know, the vaccine companies lobbied in the 80s to have this basically immunity through the court systems to where if anybody sued you, then it would go through the special fund and they would get buried and so on and so forth. And now all of this is now finally coming to light. It's finally being exposed. Vaccine justice, as if they cared. Both, what's his name? Trump was bragging about being father of vaccines. He's owned by all these, the people who he put into office. Susie, what's her name, was with Pfizer. He was owned by all these pharmaceutical interests. And now suddenly all this is being exposed to you. Finally, we're going to have vaccine justice and we're going to, get rid of this fund and everything. Dale Bigtree asserts that the VSD Vaccine Safety Data Link has 10 million registered citizens and that the U.S. government has refused to run a study analyzing the incidence of cancer, diabetes, heart disease, etc. Why? Because the outcome of the U.S. government wants to show is that the COVID-19 vaccines saved lives, but they didn't save lives. The shots increased disease, disabilities, and death. As Dale Bigtree notes, the U.S. government doesn't know how to do that study to show otherwise. Yeah, it's all coming out. And Trump will probably say if it does come out that all these things in fact do cause cancer and whatever else, which of course there's plenty of evidence in that regard, Trump will just say, oh, but it wasn't my shot. They changed it and they corrupt. People are like, oh yes, Trump, his shot was the one with ivermectin. It was so good. Really? Come on, folks. This is like, these lies have an expiration date. And now that they're expiring, they're building rapport with you by showing you, oh yeah, these things are evil, just like you said. Come to our side. This is such nonsense. It just makes me sick. It really does. Here's on Instagram, these are some memes with Trump and RFK shaking hands. Of course, we know RFK, like I said in the last one, he was definitely a Judas goat to get the people who weren't totally fanatical for Trump, to build trust with them, and then have a little crisis and suddenly now, oh, I've left the Democratic Party because they actually left me. Trump is really about it now. We're going to bring health reform. And so he brought all of those people to Trump into the new thing. This is what they do, folks. If you understand what a bell curve of acceptance is, a bell curve is, it's simple bell curve. It goes up and down. It's a parabola type of thing. So bell curve means you have the early adopters who are really fanatical. Then you have, as it goes up, the average person tends to adopt it within basically a couple months or years, depending on what you're dealing with. But, they're midterm. Then you have the late bloomers who take a lot of convincing to adopt. This is a normal distribution bell curve. The bell curve in politics, what they do is they have multiple Judas goats. Okay, Trump has his MAGA fanatical people with the ear band-aids. RFK didn't have those people very much because the people who were with RFK, they were hoping that he would be a candidate and they're a little more moderate, not as extreme as Trump. But the whole point with RFK was to cover that side of the market, the later adopters. Trump already has his early adopters and they can gauge, okay, how many people are early adopters? There's a lot. Okay, let's get some other people who maybe are on the fringes, but they're unsure. They're ready for a change, but they're not sure they want Trump. Okay, great. Let's give them, somebody who's clean cut, but, still Democrat seemingly. And now suddenly he's flipped and he's with Trump and he's bringing all these people over and now they're all shaking hands and friendly and we're going to do all this stuff together, bring love and light to the world, bring all the healing. Look at this. FDA's war on public health is about to end. This includes its aggressive suppression of psychedelics, peptides, stem cells, raw milk, hyperbaric therapies, chelated compounds, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, vitamins, clean food, sunshine, exercise, nutraceuticals, and anything else that advances human health and can't be patented by pharma. If you work for the FDA and are part of this corrupt system, I have 2 messages for you. Preserve your records, and 2, pack your bags. Oh, and the people love it. The show is just so convincing. Here he is with a picture of Dave Asprey. Do you really, think critically, folks? Do you think all these people who are billionaires, pharmaceutical companies who have owned the media, who own all these people, pack your bags? Really? If anybody in the past had tried to do anything against pharmaceutical companies, were they ever successful? And now suddenly, because we voted Trump in, we can finally stick it to them and get the pharmaceutical companies might as well, they are countries. In fact, these are empires and kingdoms. But either way, we're going to stick it to these pharmaceutical companies and basically, establish our own, system with vitamins and minerals and antioxidants and raw milk and psychedelics and all these things that are the alternative side. I don't think so. It just blows my mind. It blows my mind that people go for this stuff. And look, I probably would have went for it 4 years ago. I understand it. But it's just really frustrating. It's frustrating to see all these things so obviously, and then people don't listen to you when you try to talk to them. Oh, this is more propaganda. Let's see. Same stuff, same story. All right.
Donald Trump has said that he would put you in charge of the public health agencies. What exactly does that look like?
Well, he's been very specific in what he said. He wants me to do 3 things. 1, clean up the corruption of the agencies, particularly the conflicts of interest that have turned those agencies into captive agencies for the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry, the other industries that they're supposed to be regulating. Number 2, to return those agencies to the gold standard science, the empirically based, evidence-based medicine that they were famous for when I was a kid. And number 3, to make America healthy again, to end the chronic disease epidemic. And President Trump has told me that he wants to see measurable, concrete results within 2 years in terms of a measurable diminishment in chronic disease among America's kids.
So let me get this straight. In the was it 10s or 20s? I forget. But the Flexner report, Flexner, who was hired by JP Morgan Chase and Rockefeller to basically go and do bad propaganda against all of the homeopathic, naturopathic, basically schools and present them into a bad light and basically manipulate Congress into giving Rockefeller and JP Morgan access over the health industry through a standardized curriculum, which they could control and basically train doctors with their prescription medicine model. That happened 100 years ago. You're telling me that this behemoth of an institution, which has been controlled by pharmaceutical interests and billionaires who have been entrenched in controlling society for generations, you're telling me that that system is all going to come down in 2 years because of a man that we voted into office, electing another man, which in this case is RFK, to do all this reform in 2 years? Really? All that, and none of them are going to be assassinated or anything like that? Come on, no. Come on, folks. These things are timed. These things are timed and by design. Let's see. Healthy again.
Hey, everyone. I'm here today to tell you how we can make America healthy again. And the first thing you need to do is to get one of these hats. And we need everybody walking around and wearing it everywhere they go. But that's not going to be nearly enough. That's why I'm partnering with President Donald Trump to transform our nation's food, fitness, air, water, soil, and medicine. Our big priority will be to clean up the public health agencies like CDC, NIH, FDA, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Those agencies have become sock puppets for the industries that they're supposed to regulate. President Trump and I are going to replace the corrupt industry-captured officials with honest public servants. We're going to steer resources to meet our nation's biggest health challenge, chronic disease. We're going to identify its root cause, and we're going to eliminate those exposures. We're going to get toxic additives and pesticide residues out of our food. We're going to support the tens of millions of Americans who choose alternative and complementary medicine. We're going to become, once again, the healthiest nation on earth. That's what we mean by MAHA, Make America Healthy Again. If you want to support this vision, you can buy MAHA merch or donate to our website at mahanow.org.
Make America healthy again.
Oh, of course, he's a little kid at the end to really get your heart going. And of course, nobody seems to ask the question, how on earth can you make any change to this behemoth of a military-industrial complex? Where do you get the power when there is a completely controlled system? And everybody knows that. And now suddenly these rogue operators who love the people and want everything to be great again somehow made it against all odds. The people spoke. It's just, people get so wrapped up into this stuff. When the Nazis took power, they did the same thing. They had health reforms. Everybody was exercising. There were like rewards for basically having 2 children and having a family and all of these things that, again, seem good. Compared to the liberal perspective of destroying all fabric of society, then yeah, all that stuff seems very good. And it will be probably very comfy for a couple years, maybe less than that. But you will see these things being used to shape the culture so that the charismatic renewal and the counterfeit doctrines and things can take over. You need, again, people, I'll say this again, people are marveling after the beast because they have their basic needs met. Do you get it? You're not cowering after the beast. You're marveling after the beast. That means you have prosperity. So all of this stuff needs to happen so that people can get really cozy. Oh, it's so great. Everything's tax-free and I can get all my organic food and I can take my supplements. I can even maybe have tax write-offs for supplements or whatever other thing they're going to do. Who knows? It's going to feel so cozy because that environment is an environment that reduces your discernment. Do you understand? That's how your discernment is reduced. Everything's taken care of. I don't have to worry about anything. Therefore, slither around you until you get choked to death. That is the point. The prosperity is the first step so that the spiritual delusion can be woven into culture through influencers, through propaganda, through all these things. So the prosperity will be probably enjoyable, again, for a couple of years, but you'll see these things happen very quickly. The spiritual delusion part will settle in very quickly through all the things we've talked about, like Judas Goat people, social influencers, movies, all these things that are happening, of course, that you already know very well. Oh, here's another video about a warning from Britain, or UK, I think.
Got to attend the Faith Summit with my wife Sharon in Atlanta that President Trump attended before the election. A man from England, Father Calvin Robinson, got to the microphone and spoke a dire warning over the American church that I think you need to hear. Let's check it out.
Please welcome the host of Common Sense Crusade, Father Calvin Robinson.
Call no man on earth your father.
Thank you. I must start off with an apology. I hail from England. This is how I speak. I hope you can still understand me. But I come in love with a warning. My beautiful nation, your motherland, has fallen. England is no longer part of Christendom. It is a beautiful shell, reminiscent of a time when people believed in Christ, and they built monuments in memorial of Christ, where architects may build something that they would never see the fruit of, but they built it because it was for the greater glory of God.
Did you catch that? Who says that? Whose slogan is for the greater glory of God? And who are the people building monuments? Well, England had a rough history of going Protestant, then Catholic, then Protestant, then Catholic. But even the Protestants, they were still harlots because they had the divine right of kings through King James. And you can learn all about that in my KJV PSYOP video. But either way, just because they were Protestant or Catholic doesn't matter. It was still harlotry. It was spiritually a daughter of Rome. So there's that.
Unfortunately, those buildings are empty. The average attendance of a church in the United Kingdom is 25. People have stopped going to church and they've stopped praying. And as a result, the Marxists have taken over.
What does the Bible tell you about the end of history? Does it tell you that the end of history is people stop going to church and they become secular and atheists? Or does it tell you that people go back to church under a great delusion and there's false worship?
The average English family has a birth rate of 1.4. Mother and father are no longer replacing each other. At the same time, we have mass illegal and legal immigration, which means that the Mohammedans are outbreeding us 10 to 1. For the first time...
Now notice he says outbreeding, because breeding is a term that's used for animals. So there's a subtle nationalistic vibe there that these people are animals, so we need to get rid of them. We need to rise up and get back our values. Do you get it?
In my nation's history, Christianity is no longer the predominant faith. Probably in my lifetime, Islam will be the predominant faith of the United Kingdom.
No, it won't.
So I come here to warn you, don't do what we did. Keep up the prayer, keep the churches full, keep the Marxists away. Just this month alone, in fact, just this weekend, my friend was arrested for releasing a documentary. But just this month, I've had a friend arrested, charged, and found guilty of silent prayer in their own heads. So we've gone past the point of these Marxist policing.
Do you realize that this is on purpose to make you froth at the mouth, to take out this system and inaugurate a religious nationalist system? Silent prayer in your head. Of course it's ridiculous. Of course it's absolutely ridiculous. It's absurd. But that's the point. The bad cop is supposed to drive you to insanity so that the choice that you make as a result of being driven to insanity is something that is completely insane, which is to give power to the beast. Because if you were in a normal situation and having discernment, nobody would choose that. So you need to be traumatized a little bit. You're roughed up. You need to be experiencing the dark so that you desire the light.
Policing our language and policing our tone to then policing our thoughts. We have these buffer zones around abortion centers where the police come up to you and say, are you praying for the lives of unborn children? And if you say yes, you get arrested. Because the Marxists appreciate the power of prayer. They appreciate that our God is a true and living God and wants to help the vulnerable and does not want us killing our offspring. But the Marxists want that to be the case. And so my message to you guys is keep the Marxists away. We took Christ out of our schools. We took Christ out of our judiciary. We took Christ out of our public life. Don't do the same.
I.e., do the opposite. Put Christ in the 7 mountains of society: entertainment, judiciary, education, finance, etc., etc. Do you see the tone? Oops.
I thank God that you guys have your First Amendment that protects you and your Second Amendment to back that up.
Yeah, I like this stuff.
But not all of your politicians believe in those amendments. The Marxists want to erode your constitution because they forget that your rights do not come from government. Your rights come from God. And
the Bible never mentions that you have rights. The Bible says that you are created in the image of God and you are made to worship God. You don't have rights with God. Before you are born again, you are a child of wrath and you are due justice. When you are adopted, you become a son or a daughter. You become a child of God and you inherit all things with Christ. The idea of rights are counterfeit false light things that humanists developed to create a structure, ultimately a deistic structure, vaguely religious, but nothing to do with God. If everybody followed the 10 Commandments and the Golden Rule, you would not need a constitution, folks. This is the illusion that man can govern himself if we just have a nice document that tells us what we can do and we can't do. You already have that. You have the Bible. Follow it. Follow the Golden Rule, follow the 10 Commandments. Simple. But nobody can do that because they're wicked and the devil controls the world. When Jesus comes and inaugurates his government on earth forever, people will follow the Golden Rule perfectly and the 10 Commandments perfectly because we're going to be completely transformed and given the ability to do so. We will have perfect minds and hearts. Then the government will be perfect because the center of that government is perfect. Until then, no left or right government style is ever going to be sufficient. The idea that, it's just this brilliant document with rights and this and that. I don't need rights. Rights are a joke because then they can take your rights away. Do you see how it works? So the rights are an illusion. This is just humanist propaganda.
And we need to put Jesus Christ back at the head of everything, including the state. And to that...
Oh, did you catch that? Including the state.
I say, Jesus Christ may not be on the ballot box, but the Jezebel is. So you know what to do. God bless.
The Jezebel is on the ballot box, so we got to put Jesus in the state. I wonder if anybody who wrote the Bible, especially the New Testament, would agree with that. I wonder if anybody who wrote the New Testament, they wouldn't agree with that, would say or has said that Jesus needs to be put into the state. Nope, nowhere. In fact, Jesus very clearly says to keep the two separate. Give to Caesar what is Caesar's and render unto God's what is God's. Do not conflate the two. That is your grounding for the whole church-state debate, and we talk about that in another previous episode too. So this is just delusion, folks. Look at the big, bad, evil devil doing all this communistic stuff. We need to, as a result, we need to put Jesus. Well, which Jesus? What Jesus are you putting back in state? Are you putting the Eucharistic Christ, which we'll look at in a little bit, the Catholic Christ, the institutional Christ, or are you putting the gospel? Well, the gospel has nothing to do with the state. It's apples and bananas. You can't compare the two. Church and state are two different things. The real church is a non-institution. Oh, goodness. This is from 653. There's about 10. This is an interesting video from, what's his name? I don't know what's his name. I can't see what the name is. But anyway, it's an interesting video. So let's watch. It's from one of these reports. 653. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I graduated from Harvard Divinity School.
The Chris Hedges report.
And wrote a book on the Christian right a little over a decade ago called American Fascist, the Christian Right in the War in America. And of course, know Mikey's work well. Let's just unpack that. Why do they see Christian nationalism? That's interesting that you raised that as an issue. Why do they see that as such an important issue? Just explain in their vision and perhaps yours how that could roll out in a really negative way.
You're talking about the way the military looks at it,
yeah.
At least those who aren't of that
right.
ilk. Yeah. I think they're most concerned about it in terms of what it might mean for the tyranny that would have to come along with it. And they're having to enforce that tyranny. Because if you make Christianity the national religion, and that's their ultimate goal, is to, not just put Bibles in classrooms and stop abortions completely, not those social issues that always loom up and paint them with their brush. The secret that they want no one to know until it happens is they do want Christianity to be the national religion. In that regard, we even have a branch of American Catholics who are working on this. If you look closely at what's happened in the last 50 years in particular with the Catholic Church, my wife was Catholic, so I'm aware of some of the things in the Catholic Church that I wouldn't have been aware of had she not been. She's passed away now, but if you look closely at it, there is this behind-the-scenes movement in America to create an American Catholic Church. We don't like it being in Rome, its head being in Rome. We don't like Francis in particular. We despise Francis. And when I say we, using a rhetorical device to describe these people, we'd like to have our own Pope and our own Catholic Church. And there are people, some would say one or two on the Supreme Court right now, are of that mind too, and would work for that or might be working for that were they given the occasion to do so. You put that together, that Roman Catholicism opus Dei, like Roman Catholicism, and the other people who are, for example, like John Hagee, funding millions of dollars to West Bank settlers in Israel, even now. And you've got a real fear on the part of rational military people this might get out of hand.
Be more specific. In what way?
If you make Christianity the national religion and you do all the things that you would have to do constitutionally and otherwise, or just totally disregard the Constitution in that process, but you get, as we have just seen, probably enough Americans behind you to do it, then you have a whole different ballgame for the military, because the military then is called on domestically and otherwise, and most Americans don't understand the domestic missions that the Army in particular, but the military in general has, to defend that. And they don't want to. They think that's fractious. They think that's unconstitutional. They think that's something that would cause more harm than good. And I'm glad to say that there are still some people like that left in my military.
So, you didn't hear it from me. You heard it from somebody else. Opus Dei, Project 2025. Trump is surrounded by Catholics. His vice president is a Catholic convert. The people rooting for him are militant Catholics. The Supreme Court is mostly Catholic. So, if you now understand that the Bible warns you about the Catholic beast taking over, and you know your history, and you see these things, it's very different what you come to terms with than people who say, oh, the best is yet to come, and we don't have to worry about end times. It's probably going to happen in the future in Israel somewhere, or it happened in the past, we don't have to worry about it. Totally different conclusions. And this is why people get deceived. This is another false sign and wonder. This is the Eucharistic revival. We've talked about this before, but just look at the PR they're doing with this thing.
Jesus, we did all this for you. We want the world to know who you are.
i.e., the Eucharistic Jesus.
How good you are. Make us, Lord, your missionaries to every corner of our land.
Are you creeped out about the tone of that prayer? I'm pretty creeped out.
I am the living bread that came down from heaven. Whoever eats this bread will live forever. And the bread that I will give is my flesh for the life of the world.
Wow. The coming of the beast in the world, the resurrection of the Catholic Church. Pretty crazy stuff. And of course, they use people like Jonathan Rumi, who are living icons, living idols, to do their thing. Oh, there's some more here. God spared my life for a reason. Oh, okay, here we go. I missed these ones, but these are actually really good. This is from Daily Wire. God spared my life for a reason. Trump promises American golden age in victory speech. Former President Donald Trump declared the golden age of America would be ushered in after he was projected to defeat Vice President Kamala Harris and take back the White House early Wednesday morning. Trump picked up wins in the battleground states of Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, spoke to supporters in West Palm Beach, Florida, promising to enact common sense policies as president. Trump also touted GOP victories down the ballot as the GOP clinched control of the Senate, gaining at least a 51-49 majority. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate, Trump said. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. If you believe that, I have some beachfront property awaiting for you in Phoenix. Trump added that his supporters had achieved the most incredible political thing, promising to increase energy production, secure the border, pursue peace and foreign policy. What does the Bible tell you when they say peace and safety? Sudden destruction will come upon them. That should be a very, very important warning sign. Of course, if you YouTube New American Golden Age by Trump, there's a ton of videos on it. This is the Golden Age for America. All this love and light, the Gilded Age, is coming back to good old-fashioned values and nationalism, wonderful things. Let's see some more. Oh, this is the Charlie Kirk video that President Trump released his plan to dismantle the deep state. Now that he's president-elect, this is the most important 3 minutes of video on the internet right now. Watch, watch, watch. Huge flaming emojis. We got to watch, guys.
Here's my plan to dismantle the deep state and reclaim our democracy from Washington corruption once and for all. And corruption it is. First, I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats.
Now, I want to give you a really quick lens to remind you. As you listen to this, remember what I said previously. Every authoritarian power in history, what does it do when it comes to power? It controls the media. It kicks out the people who were working before, providing their own puppets in place. Keep that in mind as you read this. And see that it is being presented to you. This is exactly what we're doing, just as there's nothing new under the sun, yet it's being presented to you as a good thing that you can embrace. Yes, let's embrace this tyrannical takeover of the government and them throwing out the old guys and putting their own new puppets in. Even though it seems different and good, it's really the same thing, folks. So put that lens on as you listen to this propaganda.
And I will wield that power very aggressively. Second, we will clean out all of the corrupt actors in our national security and intelligence apparatus, and there are plenty of them. The departments and agencies that have been weaponized will be completely overhauled so that faceless bureaucrats will never again be able to target and persecute conservatives, Christians, or the left's political enemies, which they're doing now at a level that nobody can believe even possible. Third, we will totally reform FISA courts, which are so corrupt that the judges seemingly do not care when they are lied to in warrant applications. So many judges have seen so many applications that they know were wrong, or at least they must have known. They do nothing about it. They're lied to. Fourth, to expose the hoaxes and abuses of power that have been tearing our country apart, we will establish a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to declassify and publish all documents on deep state spying, censorship, and corruption. And there are plenty of them. Fifth, we will launch a major crackdown on government leakers who collude with the fake news to deliberately weave false narratives and to subvert our government and our democracy.
i.e., all the people that are going to tattletale on Trump and on this takeover of the government and the media, you're going to be outed and maybe thrown in jail or whatever else. Do you understand? This is exactly what's happening, folks. He's proclaiming to you, look, we're taking over. We're going to install our own media. We're going to make rules to enforce the status quo for what we're doing. And people are like, oh, yes. Oh, brilliant. The deep state is falling. Not being able to see the deception.
When possible, we will press criminal charges. Sixth, we will make every inspector general's office independent and physically separated from the departments they oversee, so they do not become the protectors of the deep state. Seventh, I will ask Congress to establish an independent auditing system to continually monitor our intelligence agencies to ensure they are not spying on our citizens or running disinformation campaigns against the American people, or that they are not spying on someone's campaign like they spied on my campaign.
Doesn't Peter Thiel own J.D. Vance? And Peter Thiel's got Palantir, and Palantir is doing all this AI surveillance stuff, and yeah.
Eighth, we will continue the effort launched by the Trump administration to move parts of the sprawling federal bureaucracy to new locations outside the Washington swamp. Just as I moved the Bureau of Land Management to Colorado, as many as 100,000 government positions could be moved out, and I mean immediately, of Washington to places filled with patriots who love America, and they really do love America. Ninth, I will work to ban federal bureaucrats from taking jobs at the companies they deal with that they regulate. So they deal with these companies and they regulate these companies, and then they want to take jobs from these companies. Doesn't work that way. Such a public display cannot go on, and it's taking place all the time, like with Big Pharma. Finally, I will push a constitutional amendment to impose term limits on members of Congress. This is how I will shatter the deep state and restore government that is controlled by the people and for the people. Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh, and people eat it up like hotcakes, man. They eat it up like hotcakes. Elon Musk, I believe in the teachings of Christ. I believe in Christian principles. Let's see, Elon, do you?
I believe in the teachings of Christ. I believe, that he's like, I believe in the Christian principles.
Can't even get it out, man.
Love thy neighbor. I believe in turn the other cheek, which is very important to have forgiveness. Because if you don't have forgiveness, then you have an endless cycle of retribution. I believe...
Do you realize how silly this is? Everybody's like, oh, you're right, Elon. Gosh, such a noble thought that you just expressed. Are you kidding me? If you don't believe in forgiveness, you're a monster. If you, in the sense, you don't forgive anybody and, you think that you should just retribute everything, that you're not socially all right if you don't believe in the golden rule. Because you should expect for people to treat you as you want to be treated, and you to treat others as you want to be treated as well. The golden rule makes sense. So if you don't believe in it, then you're just weird, right? It doesn't make any sense. So my point is this: acknowledging that you believe in things like forgiveness and the golden rule, that doesn't mean anything. You're just saying, you're basically like, oh, I agree with what is good. Of course you should, because good is for everybody. To obey the golden rule is good for everybody. So saying, oh, I agree with that, doesn't make you any noble hero. Do you agree with Jesus paying the price for your sin debt? Because in the eyes of a righteous God, you are guilty of death. Justly, you're guilty of death. So you agree with him paying your debt for you to God and renounce, as a result, trying to make it through good works and trying to impress God and trying to do it your own way like Cain. Do you agree with that? That's what really matters, folks. So telling me you agree with the golden rule or Jesus' teachings, so what? You should agree with Jesus' teaching. That's like common sense. I agree that not killing is good. Oh, my goodness. We should get this man an award that he agrees with common sense. But not so fast. So far, we've seen a couple of things with Elon that are very suspect. This is Novus Ordo Seclorum. Of course, he's got his dark MAGA hat, and there's a lot of propaganda with that whole thing. That's a whole another can of worms. But here he is with the dark MAGA hat, and here's 45 with his white hat and just weird position. He's got his son in. You know how these things are so choreographed, and I haven't done too much research into this picture, but I'm sure it's full of symbolism. But he says, Novus Ordo Seclorum, New World Order. Of course, there's another picture I didn't pull up of him with the jacket on it. White jacket's famous, made the rounds quite a bit. Novus Ordo Seclorum, New World Order. So you have a guy that owns the satellites, the Twitter everything app, the cars, the robots, the Neuralink brain implants. He's a billionaire, so you know he's bought and paid for. He's definitely on the Trump train, and he's telling you Novus Ordo Seclorum. And people are like, oh, it's so funny. He's mocking the deep state as it, basically like we took control away from them. So now we're going to have our New World Order deep state. Ha, joke's on you. Really? Do you see what's going on? People are being played like fools, man. People are cheering for this kind of stuff. And of course, they're just revealing to you the method, and you're accepting it. So therefore they have spiritual power over you. So here's another picture. Oh, let's see. It's got this stupid Mozilla thing on it. Okay, here we go. Here's our friend Elon in July 2nd, 2022 with the Man of Sin and his sons. I'm guessing these are Elon's kids. And of course, Man of Sin hanging out, so you know what that's all about. He was honored to meet the pontifex. Honored to meet the pontifex. Of course, nobody who meets the pontifex and does these little political stunts and who is also a billionaire in the world has any free will in anything. They do the pontifex's bidding. So Elon met the pontifex. He has a nice little photo op with him 2 years ago, and Novus Ordo Seclorum, and today he's telling you that he believes in the teachings of Jesus. Wonder how that all adds up. Here's another one from Instagram. This is a video of how many people are praying for the world to turn back to God. If you are one, put me. Shows you a revival on the NFL.
What Doug Peterson talked about, that we felt the whole NFL and the community came together this week, and he talked about this. Both teams coming together in prayer before this game starts.
It's just an unbelievable deal for both teams to get together, pray, thank God for what's happening.
Seeing now.
So you're telling me that the NFL, which is riddled with a history of sex abuse, substance abuse, hedonism, now suddenly there's this charismatic move of the Holy Spirit to bring everybody in fraternity and love just in time with all of this other stuff happening. Just happens to be coordinated. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is from Carly Bond. Trump is covered by prayers by kids from India. Oh my gosh. Ready for some delusion? Here we go. Here's the code.
Protection with it. Witchcraft powers be defeated. Black magic powers be destroyed.
Look at these poor kids. Look at these poor kids. They're just they're probably 7 or 8 years old, and they're frothing at the mouth with this charismatic stuff in India, which was pagan. Which, of course, if you understand what's really funny about this is that the Kundalini spirit is the charismatic spirit. It's the false counterfeit Holy Spirit. So, of course, it makes sense that India, which has 1.2 billion people, would be ripe for the picking. And it will be ripe for the picking. They have bigger mega churches than the Americans could ever dream of. And one of these articles I covered recently, like 300,000 people in this mega church. Imagine all of India flipping dark to light.
In the presence of God, and let's pray for President Trump, family, team, and USA.
Look at this, all of them speaking in tongues, quote unquote, speaking in tongues. Gosh, that's just so sad to me.
Let the Spirit of God be poured upon President Trump. Fair elections be conducted. No rigging. All Christians come and vote for President Trump. Angelic presence with Trump and team. Angelic powers help him. Angelic protection with him. Every evil be revealed and destroyed. Let every power of darkness be destroyed. Witchcraft powers be defeated. Black magic powers be destroyed. Powers of demonic evil spirits be cast down and destroyed. Every dead spirit destroyed. Jealous spirit destroyed. Spirit of anger destroyed. Adultery and lust spirit destroyed. Lying spirit destroyed. Spirit of division destroyed. conducted. Peaceful elections be conducted. Blessings upon President Trump's family for protection, for health, for wisdom, for knowledge, fruit of the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit anointing upon President Trump. Peace in the world through him. Pray as the Spirit leads in the Holy Spirit. Victory, victory, victory. Victory, victory, victory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Oh my gosh. Let's hope some of those kids are snapped out of that delusion. Do you notice it's just the same stuff with different packaging? They're just in a ritual. They have a chanter there who goes, okay, do this. And they go, oh, okay, this. And then do this. And then do this. It's just Kundalini, same, pagan practices, just reworded with Holy Spirit and in Jesus' name. It's just religion, folks. And these poor children are just, they don't have discernment. They're like, some of these kids look like they're, 7 or 8 years old. They're just doing what they think is right. La 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 la. Okay, Trump in Jesus' name. La 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 la. Like, so sad to me. And that these are thousands upon thousands of children are like this. India is set for a massive charismatic revival. Because remember, the Kundalini spirit, or pretty much the same thing. But charismatic spirit is the Kundalini spirit. Same thing. Compare side to side. Look at people frothing at their mouths and shaking and laughing and speaking in gibberish in Christian churches. And look at Indian people doing the same thing and have a Kundalini awakening where the guy touches their forehead and they start, having a seizure and all this kind of stuff. Same exact thing. The only reason you can tell them the difference is that Indians are obviously Indians, and usually these charismatic churches are very multicultural or mostly white, whatever. But either way, this is delusion. This is the delusion, folks, and it's all around the world too. This is the sad part. Here's one from Japan. Let's see.
We will make America free, and we will make America great again. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless you.
Why are these people in Japan parading with a Trump statue and basically idolizing this man? This is phenomenal to me. It's just crazy. Liz Wheeler says Trump is president-elect for 2 days. Let's see. Stock market hits record high. Migrant caravan at our border dissolves. Hamas calling for an end to the war. Bitcoin hits record high. Putin ready to end the Ukraine war. Qatar kicks off Hamas leaders. The EU will buy U.S. gas, not Russian gas. Putin will sell oil in U.S. dollars. Zelensky phones Trump and Elon. NYC mayor ends vouchers for illegals. Mexico to stop migrants in U.S. border. China wants to work peacefully with us. Big U.S. company to move out of China. I repeat, Trump has been president-elect for just 2 days. Really? In a world where everything is controlled, do you really think this stuff is just happening? Oh, here's another one of these stupid things. I have to copy it because for some reason Mozilla is acting up. This is a screenshot from an email that I got from somebody named Tim. It says, Tudor, I know you're busy, but I just wanted to say that even with all the information I have gleaned from you concerning the dark to light, I am being amazed at all the Christians, quote unquote, I hear and talk that are all on board with the recent election, how they see it as coming from and being on the side of God. Leading them into the false light on such a whole-scale aspect is breathtaking, even within just these last couple of days. I agree, Tim. Believe me, I look into this every single day, and I'm researching it, and I'm studying it, and it still amazes me. It still amazes me, the power of the devil to deceive these people. And, of course, they don't have discernment, and that's why they're being deceived. Even one guy that I have listened to and talks against dispensationalism, Zionism, and pre-trib, even he was going on about prayer, got the results we need to be on the path of God. Yeah, the dispensationalist narrative is changing. You guys need to realize that dispensationalism serves its purpose to solidify the religious right. Now they're moving it into the NAR. And of course, with that comes a change of theology. The rapture stuff is being exposed to you. Schofield, people are exposing Schofield. All the evangelicals are starting to flip and expose Darby and Schofield and stuff, which of course the answer to that is, well, the Jews are here. I guess there is no rapture. That means we have to convert them because there's still a Jewish revival. And of course, that turns into the charismatic NAR messianic chapter, which is part of the world marveling after the beast. The Jews have to convert folks. So dispensationalism is a lie that has expired. It has served its purpose. Zionism is almost there as well. They're a lie that's expiring. Fundamentalist Islam, time to convert. Time to wipe out all these things through conflicts and through crises, right? Build rapport to the next thing and introduce the next lie. He says, in the past, I've never actually understood how, as the Bible says, Christians could turn on believers and say, see, I'm doing your will, Lord, by persecuting the true believers. Honestly, with what I have seen recently, I fully believe that can happen, and of course it will. Anyways, I know you know all of this. Of course, people do not want to listen, but at least there are a few such as yourself that are showing this still to be false. Thank you for that. You're welcome, Tim. And I'm happy to see that other people are getting it. You saw like that one guy on Twitter, I forget his name now, but the one with the flyer with the dark to light stuff, comparing Trump to these various occult people and having Abramovich say about he's the sorcerer stuff. People are getting it. There's not many, but people are getting it, thank God. And of course, there will be more and more to realize these things. But anyway, this is the liberals now coming to the right. Exactly. Nobody cared until you went after the children, the locker room sports, and classrooms. Let's see.
And I think that, frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if me and Trump won just the normal gay guy vote. What? Because, again, they just wanted to be left the hell alone.
You're safe, Jeffrey. He's not talking about you. I think he's talking about me, well, normal gay girl, and other people like me. You know, the LGB part. Because the LGB part is tired of y'all in the TIAQXYZ. Because about 2015, we got marriage rights. That was all we needed. That is all we needed for equality. People were dancing in the streets. We were excited. And no one gave a shit about us. It's only been about the last 5 years that people have given a giant shit about us. And homophobia is on the rise. People don't like us again. Why is that? What changed? Do you think that people just woke up one day and became more cruel? No. People like you, Jeffrey, and the rest of the TIAQXYZ came out and said, cool, now we're going to involve children. Cool, now we're going to have our teachers teach woke gender ideology, and you have to be okay with it. Cool, now we're going to push for children to be able to reassign their gender, and you just have to accept it. The world is not accepting of it. The world is accepting of the LGB and even some of the T if you want to mind your business as an adult, not push those ideas on anyone else, and just be a person like everyone else. That is what the world accepts. But this new woke ideology y'all have going on when, remember when that trans person went to Disney and talked about his jingle balls in front of children? Yeah, that's what people aren't cool with. So look around, because JD is right. The gays are turning red. Look on just this platform how many gay people are voting red for the first time. Because y'all, we are tired. You guys ruined it for us.
The gays are turning red. That's fascinating. It's a fascinating historical indicator of where we are in the timeline of events. Not that that's anything biblically necessarily expressed in the Bible, but it tells you that something unique is happening in history, folks. With all of this fundamentalism and moving in a direction, even the gay community is being fractured, which is, again, it shows you how they work, folks. What they're going to do with the Zionists, where they cause a conflict between the Zionists and the jihadis and exterminate these two opposing things so that the middle of the road people who just want peace in the Middle East and want prosperity can be basically retained. They can declare peace in the Middle East, and then the charismatic revival can begin. Same thing what they did with the liberals. They had such a push to the left, such an extremely obvious evil with all this, QL, queer, trans, whatever other letters there are that people have added over the ages. And so much so that it's obviously extreme. So that the other people who are more middle of the road, just regular gays, can splinter off and now come to the false light. It's truly profound. It's just amazing to me. I saw this video. I was like, wow, the gays are turning red. What a concept. Oh, here's one from Barely Bruised Books. There's a New World Order plan for 2025. It was never about 2030, 2050. We're here to see it in real life. What a time to be alive. It's called the second quantum revolution, biodigital convergence. Don't believe me? Try using a search engine. Yeah, just use a search engine or just really look at the Bible, better even. And the Bible tells you exactly all these things are going to happen. Here's one from David Icke. See what I mean? People who warned about control by AI robots now cheer because Trump is using them. Exactly. Same thing, folks. This is just the start of the AI takeover for which Democrats would have faced pushbacks, but not Trump with Musk. Exactly. He says it's a psyop. Yeah, it is a psyop. The fact that if Biden had these like robo-dogs around the White House, oh man, people would be all over it. The AI takeover, the Democrats, the deep state wants to put us in little cells with crickets. But Trump has these things that, oh no, it's awesome. Yeah, let's go America, patriots. Like, are you kidding me? Look at this.
Oh, yeah. President Trump ain't playing around. Are you kidding me? How do you say Elon Musk is making sure our president stays safe without saying Elon Musk is making sure our president stays safe? MAGA, baby. Oh.
Total and utter delusion. These people will be volunteering for the mark with open arms and gleeful skipping. So, my goodness, so much to talk about, and unfortunately, most people will not listen. In a world with magic money where they can print whatever they want on demand and create inflation, create deflation, create credit, lend money, do all these things that they do with money, where they have manufactured wars and crises and revolutions, and they control the elections and the media, just stop for a second and ask yourself, what are the odds that now suddenly everything is improving because of one person's election to the presidency? What are the odds? Like that post is like, oh, Putin wants to have peace. Hamas wants to have peace. Bitcoin soars. It's just been 2 days. Really? Really? Never in history has this ever happened. It's not because Trump is just some great guy. It's because this has been coordinated and they have their fingers on everything. And so, of course, they can manipulate it and make you believe that you're in the actual situation. That's the point. Never in history has the world been so polarized around a single person. And of course, it's all by design because they're happening very quickly and it's designed to plummet people into this final delusion. America is stepping into its final role as the false prophet through a charismatic dictator who is going to unite religion and state, bring about a whatever fascist type of government, just as they've been in history, just like Hitler, just like Napoleon, just like all these other people that they've done revolutions through. But now this is going to be very refined. They have a lot more tools at their disposal. But America is the false prophet, and through a charismatic dictator, they're going to bring the image to life so that people can then embrace the beast, pay homage to the beast, and of course, take the mark of the beast. After the Romans surrounded Jerusalem the first time, and then they left, it sure seemed pretty peaceful, like, oh gosh, we finally have peace, the Romans are gone. Except the Romans came back 3 years later, and they decimated Jerusalem, and they crucified thousands of people. Now, I'm not saying that to tell you to head for the woods. I'm just saying that to remind you that the coming peace and comfort and benefits are just temporary. Again, they're laying the foundation physically to meet people's needs and lull them into this sense of safety so that the spiritual delusion of the charismatic movement, of Sunday legislations, of all these things that need to come in place for the spiritual aspect of worship to be entrenched in society. So they're laying the foundation, which seems really good. It seems great that all the vaccine stuff is being released now, and we can finally take our supplements, and we can eat organic, and we have all these cures, and there's no more big pharma. It seems so great. But that's designed to lull you into a sense of safety so that then you can be programmed with the spiritual programming that's going to come on top of this. They're not going to wait years and years and years. These two things are going to run parallel to each other, but they have to be watched. There have always been 3 New World Orders, folks. Now, that may sound really silly, but let me explain. The true New World Order is the one that Jesus will bring at the end, at his return. It is the eternal state where everything is renewed in creation and we get to live with Jesus forever. That is the true New World Order because it's truly new. There's nothing new under the sun because the world, your flesh, and the devil are predictable. God is not predictable. Paul says that no eye has seen or nor ear has heard what God has planned for those who loved him. That means all the brilliance that you've ever marveled at in nature, anything that you can imagine from all the sci-fi movies you've seen, all the things that you can bring to mind do not even compare to what God has planned with his new world order. There's nothing new that the devil does. The devil just takes what God has planned and counterfeits it. So don't give too much credit to the devil. This new world order thing is actually something that the Bible promises you. Yes, behold, the dwelling place of God is with man. God will be on earth. There will be a new world order. A government will have things to do. It's going to be perfect. Creation is going to be renewed. You're going to live forever. That is a true new world order because it's something new. It'll be completely new. But of course, because of that truth, there exist two counterfeits that the devil has created. The first counterfeit is the actual counterfeit, the counterfeit eternity that Satan's going to provide at the very end, of him as the creator, the redeemer, the provider, with all of these love and light and benefits and comforts and technologies and all these things that are going to make you feel that the golden age has arrived. We are back in Eden, folks, and Eden is restored. Because we did it. We voted out the devil and we're going to restore Eden, which of course the whole point of the Bible is that you can't come back into Eden of your own works because our flesh is evil and only God can bring us home. But because the devil needs a way to introduce his counterfeit new world order of love and light and golden age, the devil created another counterfeit of the counterfeit. And this is the part that most people don't understand. There's a counterfeit of the counterfeit, which is the dummy devil, the obvious evil new world order versus the false light new world order. Do you get it? The devil created his own opposition so that he could conquer that opposition and then proclaim himself to be the savior. The counterfeit needs a counterfeit of the counterfeit, a dummy devil that can be easily defeated so that the counterfeit looks like the savior. That's the point. So that's why there's three new world orders. The truth, the one that's a counterfeit of the truth that's coming, and the third one, which is the dummy, the counterfeit of the counterfeit, which the devil is now exposing to you as a justification for taking power. So remember to stand fast against these deceptions and help those around you to the best of your ability. Remember that God has a timing for everybody he's chosen to save, so you can't rush that timing, you can't make it faster, you can't prolong it. God has a timing for everybody. All we can do is focus on our effort. There's no such thing as a perfect outcome, but we can put in perfect effort. We can try, and we know that God will do the rest, regardless of our abilities. So edify yourself with scripture, with history, so that you know why you believe, what you believe, very important, so that you can offer a defense to all of these irrational delusions. Because unfortunately, my friends, this is just the beginning. Everything we've covered today, and that I've covered, up until now, this is just the beginning. We haven't even entered the propaganda where all of these people have been converted and they're all pointing at you as Sabbath keepers and how you need to, stop abandoning your legalism and you're in a cult and this and that. We haven't gotten there yet, folks. We're going to get there, so you need to be ready for that final test, which is on the horizon. Discernment is, again, right versus almost right. God has allowed the almost right to take power so that the elect can be tested and, of course, for his glory to be revealed at the end. The elect will come to the knowledge of the truth. They will not be deceived. But we are in a unique moment in history. We're at a unique moment in history because I believe maybe there are other points in history. I haven't thought too much about this, but it seems to me that this particular moment in history with the mark of the beast is a very unique point in history because it will be a very objective way to tell who is elect and who is not. Of course, again, that's up until the bowl judgments drop. So if you're still alive by that point, then you'll know who is elect and who isn't, which is very interesting because that's something that we don't really know. But once the bowl judgments stop or drop and you see people getting swords, you can tell for sure that those people are not elect. It'll be very obvious. And that's an interesting situation because usually that's a thing that's very hidden. So we're at a very interesting time in history. Stay sharp, pray for your family, for your friends. And of course, remember that God is always drawing his people to him and he cannot be stopped. So now that we're all caught up with these current events, it's time to look at the big picture and what to expect. Part 3 is the road to Rome. All right, well, welcome to part 3. This is the final part of this presentation. And of course, the adage of all roads lead to Rome is true. We know that. We know that from many sources, biblical sources and also historical sources. If you look on a map, you do see that all roads, in fact, do actually lead to Rome. Rome is the center of the Western world, physically. If you look in the history of the last 2,000 years, with all the intrigues, the conflicts, the ideologies, it all comes back to Rome. Rome is the modern Babylon. Revelation 13:2 says that Satan gave his throne and power and great authority to the papal power in Rome. So basically that is the seat of Satan. And of course, out of all the satanic vehicles on the earth, Satan chose a particular group or organization or focus to get the entire world to worship him through. As of the cross, Satan can no longer do what he was doing, so he had to counterfeit the work of Christ. And the Bible tells you that in the church age, meaning the period of time between Christ's first advent and his second advent, that's the church age. In his church age, in the church age, the devil chose a counterfeit church to basically rise up and receive worldwide worship and unite all governments under himself in a worldwide empire, just like he had through Pharaoh, through the king of Babylon, through all of these people who were god kings ruling the political and the religious. Except this is going to be in a worldwide way and through the man of sin, which of course is the papal power. So these things are nothing new. If you've studied the end times prophecies, if you watch my videos, you know these things pretty well. But Satan has always had a god king on the throne. And the Pope is the final iteration of this tradition. So the world is marching towards that outcome. All roads do lead to Rome, prophetically, historically, and of course, through the evidence that we've seen in many, many times. In my Sabbath series, I talk about the last 2,000 years, how Rome has enforced its Sunday observance in some other play, like in my End Times series, I think on Mystery Babylon and all the things that Rome has done over the last, however many hundreds of years, through the French Revolution, through all of the blasphemous teachings that it has. We've looked at all these things, folks. There's no power in history that fulfills these prophecies more than the Church of Rome, the Catholic Church, with, of course, its God King, the Pope, sitting on the throne. So what does this mean? Well, this means that watching the Catholic Church and the papacy is very important to the end times. It's very important. Most people aren't watching the Catholic Church or the papacy because they're deceived about the end times. Remember, the Catholic Church deceived the Protestant world through a false eschatology so that it could hide its efforts in plain sight. Now, with that in mind, now that the election confirms the trajectory of history, the question is, what do we expect? What is on the horizon? That's been the question I've heard quite a lot lately, and so my goal is to give you a general timeline of events and things that are important to watch. I've talked about these things in other places, like my End Time series, episode 36, Timeline to the End, and my Great Delusion series. The Bible gives us big markers, but not every single detail under the sun. So it's there for you to learn and study so that you can be watchful. In many places, Jesus says, stay awake, be watchful. And I think that's very important. So we have to be watchful and develop an attitude of focus and paying attention, having our fingers on the pulse of things so that we can understand what is meaningful and what's not. An important preface to this is that the markers I will describe here need to be watched regularly. Those with big ears see the unfolding news and are able to interpret it correctly. And hopefully I've helped you grow your ears so that you can see things better than you did before. If you see good stories on any of these major points and you are watching, like a good little Fennec Fox, then send them to me or post them in the Fennec Fox chat so that other people can be edified by them and we can pool together. I get a lot of my material now from people posting or sending me things, which I'm very grateful for because it means I'm doing a good job and some people are learning and expanding their awareness. So we have to watch all of these points. These are the following points that you need to be watchful for. These are the things to watch. The first one is reform in the Catholic Church. The current Pope is almost done. He's a Jesuit, he's a destroyer, he's liberalizing everything. He's doing so to push everybody back to the right. You can see there's a schism in the Catholic Church. We've talked about this in the last episode with the Sedevacantist movement. people who basically reject Vatican II, and they're basically radical traditional Catholics who are super conservative. Mel Gibson is one of them. He believes there's nothing wrong with the church before Vatican II. He believes Mary is a co-redemptrix. I mean, I talk about the Passion in one of my End Times videos and how deceived Mel Gibson is, how utterly deceived he is on his theology and who God is and the gospel and so on. So ultimately, you have people like that. You have people like Maria Vigano, who is the anti-pope currently, who's talking about the Jesuits, exposing them, exposing the deep church, the Marxist church. And all that rhetoric is also being parroted by the Protestants too, all the deep church. Now it's, again, when we went from something secular to something moral, the deep state, now it's the deep church. And so this is the next thing that we need to be watching. The deep church and the reform within Catholicism, specifically the swing from dark to light, and also the Protestants as well, of course, with the ecumenical stuff that's going on. There's a recent mascot that the Vatican released, Luce or Lucy or whatever, obviously Lucifer. Everybody's, making all sorts of videos on it. Of course, it's just obvious evil stuff. It's obvious evil stuff, and people think that, oh my gosh, we need to respond to this. But that's the whole point, is that you do respond, rather than seeing like this is just a tactic for the enemy to bait you in from one side to the other. Lucy's obviously has occult symbolism. He's got a little witch staff or she or whatever it is. Maybe it's a tranny, who knows. But ultimately, there's all kinds of this stuff that's pushing people, push, especially for the Jubilee year, which is very sacred to the Catholics. They're probably going to go woke this year, and of course, it's going to spawn massive revival in the opposite direction. You saw things like the Eucharistic revival, Catholic megachurches, Catholic charismatic revivals, charismatic ecumenical things with Protestants and Catholics, Catholic ideals in the media, Catholic, echo chamber everywhere, basically forming through all sorts of people like the Jesuit operatives, the Judas goats, people who are converting, so on and so forth. All these things are boiling to the front for a very big shift in the Catholic Church. I believe the next pope is going to be conservative, very traditional. Maybe he's going to even come from America. The Bible says that the false prophet, America, leads people back to the church-state system and to marvel after the beast, after the papal power. So, to me, I see this being Trump and a conservative pope, plus Project 2025, Opus Dei, all the Catholics surrounding Trump. To me, all of that is fulfillment of prophecy. That Trump plus whoever this next shift in the papacy is going to be are going to be like two schoolgirls frolicking through a field together, basically leading the people back to ultimate delusion. So we have to watch what the Catholic Church is going to do. There's this movie I saw, what's it called? I forget. It's a recent movie they released on basically this secretive thing that how basically the cardinals elect the Pope. This secretive thing that's supposed to have been hidden for the ages. Now they suddenly reveal it to you through this movie, and how basically the Pope is elected. And it's this very interesting movie. Go watch it and pay attention to the predictive programming. It's a very interesting movie about how the Pope is elected. And to me, the timing of that movie is very interesting. So we have to watch the back and forth in the Catholic Church between the liberal and the conservative side. The schism that's happening, and it's getting more and more militant. The fact that Vigano is being so vehemently against the Jesuits and exposing all these things is a huge sign to me that something is brewing. So watch traditional Catholic websites. A couple of them that I'll mention are Novus Ordo Watch, like Novus Ordo Seclorum, but Novus Ordo Watch, Complicit Clergy, Sedevacantist or traditional Catholic pages, LifeSite News, Catholic news agencies, the Vatican News. All these things need to be watched with the eye of a hawk to see what kind of things are they doing in this regard. The Vatican right now is very liberal, so if you're watching Vatican News, then you need to watch it from the perspective of, okay, how are they pushing people so far to the left so that the other ones can come in and be justified if they're coming from the right? With people that are Sedevacantist or Novus Ordo Watch, they're the hardcore conservatives, rad trads. So you can see what they're thinking, what they're expecting. Maybe they're talking about somebody who's a good candidate for the Pope. Those kind of things are important to watch. This is what real watchmen do, folks, because real watchmen, the watchman thing is a real dispensationalist jargon. They love their watchmen, but all these watchmen are blind. They're blind guides. They're blind watchmen because they're watching the wrong things. They're watching Israel and all this nonsense. So in order to know what you're watching, you have to understand what the Bible says. And hopefully you're getting a taste of that and you understand what the Bible says so that you can watch correctly. The next 5 years are going to be full of signs and wonders and deceptions. So we have to watch all these things very closely. Another thing to watch is the union of church and state in America. America is the false prophet that works signs and wonders to deceive people into building an image, which is a representation. An image is a representation of something. And of course, the beast is a religio-political power. That means that America is destined to deceive people into building this religio-political system yet again. And people will want to do it. They will marvel after this system, and they'll put it in power over themselves. Prior to the mark being enforced, the image has to be completed so that it can be given life and do the things that it does. This government system has to be completed so it can come to life and start enforcing the mark and getting people to do what they're doing. So now with Trump in power, it's a countdown. It's a countdown for this thing to be completed. There's no objective marker, right? So again, the Bible doesn't say, okay, it's going to be completed after X amount of time or on this date. The Bible tells you what needs to happen so that you can stay watchful and be in conversation with each other and also rely on the Spirit for discernment. I think that's by design. So it's very important that right now we've crossed an inflection point with this whole image being built. The attitude has been shifted. And of course, these things are going to happen very quickly. The hard part is the attitude. Once the internal changes and people are ready emotionally and spiritually, the physical stuff can be pumped out really quick. So expect to see a lot of laws and, physical things, revivals, all these things that happen. They're going to be very, very quick. Propaganda, people converting, all this kind of stuff. What you need to watch for are Sunday propaganda. Oh, we should all rest on Sunday. It's such a good thing, et cetera, et cetera. Those kind of stories are really important. We need to watch for celebrities converting to Catholicism. We need to watch Protestant Catholic ecumenism. We need to watch charismatic revivals. Like, for example, in 2025, there's this mass baptism across the U.S. I forget how thousands and thousands of people they're trying to get in this thing. That's going to be a major thing to watch. For a lot of spiritual delusion. We need to watch for religious fundamentalism and rhetoric. As you've seen, there's a lot of rhetoric today. There's going to be a lot more coming. And we need to watch for religious laws, kind of like, putting the 10 Commandments back in schools, putting prayer and having a national month of prayer, mandating that, you have to only use this particular Bible to you. These kind of legalistic things are more and more going to happen because they're setting the stage for people to think morally and to accept a government telling them what to do morally. That's what these things are for. They start with the easy stuff and then eventually get to the real thing that the beast wants, which is to be worshipped. This system, this image is going to be first coming to life in the United States, and then it's going to be exported to the world. The world is also shifting all at once. You saw these other places like India and Japan and things in Europe. They're all frothing at the mouth for Trump in this new age of love and light and prosperity. We're finally going to be treated the way we're supposed to be treated. Instead of relying on the promises of Christ, they're being seduced by the promises of the devil. So make sure you watch this kind of stuff and post those stories in the chat or send me those stories so I can check them out. Another thing to be aware of is that there will be a digital inquisition. The Inquisition is when the reformers realized that they were under the beast. And of course, the Inquisition is a very obvious example of who the beast is in history. But the reformers thought the beast was enforcing its mark at the time. They were wrong about that because they didn't have the perspective of history as a whole. When the reformers came up, the beast hadn't finished its 1260-year period, which is a very important marker. When you look back in history, that 1260 period is way in the past. That's another point to tell you that we're at the end of the end. The 1260-year period is several centuries in the past, which is a very important point. We're coming back to those days of the Inquisition, but the difference is it's going to be digital. It's going to be digital this time, folks. You have to be ready for that. Once the liberals, the Jews, the Muslims, the pagans, all these people, once these people are conformed and they're converted, you saw from atheist chaplains all the way to Indian charismatics, the world will marvel after the beast. Everybody's going to have a little space in this system, whether on the hand or on the head. Doesn't matter if you believe or if you're just going along. There'll be a place for you, don't worry. So once all these people are conformed, once the charismatic renewal has united everybody into one spiritual delusion, once the echo chamber will be totally complete, all of the eyes that are left, there's no more fires to put out, all of the eyes are going to be pointed at you, my Sabbath-keeping, narrow-road Fennec Fox friend. All of the eyes are going to be pointed at you. And of course, that is going to begin with propaganda against people that are keeping the Sabbath, that you're a legalist, maybe you're part of a cult, You're deluded. You're this and that. You're a weak pansy. You're just trying to be a rebel. You're breaking the law. All these things are going to be happening. And then pretty soon they're going to start enforcing these things. So until that point in time, we need to watch and have a finger on the pulse of the methods that they will use to enforce the mark. We need to watch new technologies and how they're being rolled out, i.e. crypto, surveillance, AI, robots, all these things we've talked about. We need to watch the rhetoric and the culture shaping that goes along with these things. Oh, come on, it's going to be great. A new digital dollar that we can all pitch into, or, oh, you're going to have this robot in your home. He's going to be great. It's going to help you, all these things. These are delusions and seductions. So these things are important to watch. It's also important to keep an eye on how to extricate yourself from society as much as you can and understand eventually that all of this surveillance and things that they basically talk about, that's going to be weaponized against you eventually. Initially, it seems like, oh, they're cutting away with it. They're not. They're not. The people in power have no interest to let go of surveilling you. It's just going to be replacing one people with another group of people. But they're going to surveil you because eventually, no buy, no sell. And we know that. The Bible has told us that means that they will enforce and know everything about you. In order for them to enforce a no buy, no sell, they have to know everything about you. Do you get it? Surveillance and the crypto stuff, it all goes hand in hand with AI, with maybe robots and drones to enforce you and hunt you down. Who knows what it's going to be like, but the digital inquisition will come because then the Bible warns that you will not be able to buy or sell. So maybe we'll have to use some ham radios or something. Who knows what it's going to be. But eventually all of these things that we use, like our phones and computers, will have to be abandoned. So you have to come to terms with that. But until then, watch these things so you have a finger on them. Another thing to watch is the dialectics in the Middle East. That's another major marker for how close we are to the bowl judgments. Most Christians today erroneously believe that Jerusalem is the focus of God's end times prophecies. That's not true. The church is the focus of God's end times prophecies, not the Jews. And the end times prophecies, especially Revelation, paint to you a very specific picture of the true church and the counterfeit church. The woman running away from the dragon and the beast, which is basically Satan's power on earth through a counterfeit church. You have this constant thing, this constant duality between God's people and the counterfeits. And in Revelation 18:4, it says, "Come out of her, my people," meaning you're living amongst this counterfeit. Come out of her, my people, so that you don't share in her plagues. So the focus is not the Jews, it's the church, but most people believe it's the Jews, and this is the way they're going to deceive people. Because a lot of Christianity, and even the pagans and Muslims and everybody else, believes Jesuit eschatology, that there's this future golden age, and that, basically so on and so forth, there's a third temple that needs to be rebuilt. They're going to use the Middle East as a fulcrum, as a momentum-shifting tool to fool people into believing that the end times has been fulfilled. This is going to set the stage for basically the worldwide delusion of marveling after the beast. So, in order for you to marvel, you have to convert the world to the new thing. That means this temple is going to be used to convert the world into the new thing. So how is that going to roll out? Well, I see it as the charismatic movement, the NAR, the charismatic false Kundalini spirit that everybody's basically falling victim to. It's the generic spiritual experience. Your relationship with God that is truly spiritual is one of peace and wisdom and knowledge and inner delight. When you read the Bible or the Gospels or something, and God gently opens that page up for you, and you see something you never saw before, and it's this brilliant moment, you're like, wow, and you are giving glory to God, and you're inspired with gratitude. That's a spiritual experience, folks. That's a genuine move of the Holy Spirit. But when you are going to a building with thousands of people, and you have somebody playing music, and there's chanting, and they're telling you, and they're doing this repetitive thing, and you're putting your arms up, and you're getting involved, just like Daniel 4 with the statue. When the music plays, get up and do this. When it stops, go. This is the same thing, folks. It's a counterfeit worship. It's counterfeit worship through music and through bodily movements and through blah, 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 and delusion. That is counterfeit. It's a generic spiritual experience that everybody can have. But not everybody can read the Bible and have a moment of discernment where the Spirit opens you up to something. That is unique to the Holy Spirit. That's why you have to be born again to have discernment. But you don't need discernment to froth at the mouth and to shake around and to put your hands in the air and to feel like you're having a spiritual experience. So this is the counterfeit Holy Spirit that's going to go into the world and unite everybody into this new thing. The Middle East is important because the Jews and Muslims, each for different reasons. The Muslims, of course, are over 1 billion people in the world, and it's going to create a massive, massive counterfeit revival around the world. Islam is poised for a massive flip from dark to light. It is. It's going to crumble. It's going to crumble from within because all those people are begging for the liberalization of the charismatic spirit. From all that authority and oppression and darkness to suddenly come into the capitalistic, equal, fraternité, égalité, liberté, liberty, fraternity, equality, charismatic awakening is going to be a massive shift. And of course, you already have it happening in India. The East is already flipping from dark to light. The Jews, obviously there aren't 1 billion Jews in the world, but they have a different purpose. The Jews converting are the final step that the beast needs to take in order to eliminate all excuses for the Sabbath keepers. As long as the Jews don't convert, you and I who keep the Sabbath can always say, well, we keep the Sabbath, the biblical Sabbath, just like the Jews. But once the Jews are converted, and once the Jews finally see the light of Sunday sacredness, now you have no excuse. Now you're going to be called a legalist by the Jews themselves. The Jews and the rabbis who finally came to Christ because of, all these charismatic things, and they finally saw the light of Sunday. They're going to argue with you and say, you're a legalist. Look at us. We're Jews. And we came and saw the light of Holy Sunday, and you are denying your own Savior? It's going to be the ultimate gaslighting, and I hope you're ready for it. I really do. People call me crazy for saying these things, but look, folks, the Bible has to be fulfilled. The Bible has to be fulfilled. The world cannot marvel after the beast if you have a small pocket of people that refuse to bow down to Sunday sacredness, that are not the elect. Of course, the Jews will have to convert just like the Muslims. So the Middle East is very important to the beast. The Muslims represent a massive pool of people that's going to turn into false converts and weaponize them as a massive pool, commercially and basically socially. And the Jews represent what the beast wants, which is having total freedom to persecute Sabbath keepers. So the Jews are very important to the beast with their end times prophecies. The Bible warns of great apostasy at the end. And of course, the Catholics are appropriating that to the deep church, the Marxist church, and saying we need revival. The Protestants also believe in revival and Christian nationalism and NAR and so on and so forth. And so the devil is setting the stage for the great apostasy, which is really the Great Delusion, people marveling after the beast, and basically having a counterfeit revival. So in order to have a counterfeit, you need a counterfeit of the counterfeit. You need a dumb devil. You need a dummy evil that you can conquer, that you can then present the counterfeit as a solution of. The great apostasy is a counterfeit revival. To have a counterfeit revival, you need a counterfeit apostasy. Did you get it? Pope Francis, all the woke progressive Christians, the Methodist stuff that's happening, all this stuff, the deep church is by design. It is a counterfeit apostasy that they can point to and say, no, we need a revival. We need to get away from this Marxist church. And of course, that is the solution to the counterfeit dummy. And they're calling it revival when in fact, actually, it's going to be the great apostasy. That's almost right. The great apostasy is not obviously wrong. The great apostasy is the almost right that's coming on the horizon, which is going to be what they call a revival, but what you and I know as a counterfeit revival, which is really the great apostasy. So all things will come into play with the Middle East. They're going to use this third temple narrative to unite the world. Of course, there's going to be peace talks for the Middle East, which will allow the extremists to be eliminated and the middle of the road people to come up and a charismatic revival. Everybody's holding hands, Muslim, Jew, Christian, whatever. It's all going to be great. Let's build a third temple. Maybe they might stage some more conflicts, but again, the ultimate end is a counterfeit peace. Who knows how they're going to roll out exactly, but there has to be a counterfeit peace because that will allow the third temple to be built and a charismatic revival with signs and wonders, maybe some holographic appearances. Who knows what's going to happen exactly. I talk about that in my Great Delusion series, but the Muslims are already leaving Islam in droves, folks. There's more Muslims that have converted to Christianity in the last 20 years than in the last, centuries combined. There's Jesus revolutions being started in Muslim countries. India, again, has massive mega churches. You saw it for yourself. And of course, the Jews have had their messianic movement since the 1970s. The charismatic Jews, who are partnering with the NAR to introduce Jesus to the Jews. Now, of course, some of these people are genuinely elect, and God will save those who he's purposed to save, but most of these people are counterfeit converts. So we need to watch for what? We need to watch for peace in the Middle East, not like a dispensationalist, but from the perspective of a charismatic awakening that's going to happen to unite all these people. We need to watch the Third Temple narrative and see how they're spinning it, how the Christian Zionists and the NAR people are responding to it, which is also important. Because again, remember, the NAR is the new thing. Christian dispensationalism has been thrown under the rug. It's time to expose the Schofield Bible. It's time to expose Darby. It's time to expose the rapture. But they still believe the Jews are here and they have to have a revival. And so the new thing is, well, if the church is not gone because they're raptured and the church is here, then therefore the Jews have to be converted. So they are spinning that narrative into NAR. So we have to watch how the NAR people respond to the Third Temple. That'll be very interesting. We have to watch Muslim world conversations. What is happening in the Muslim world? Revivals, Jesus revolutions, conversions. What are the narratives that the Muslims have about the Third Temple? Because remember, they believe that the Jewish Messiah is the Antichrist, the Dajjal. And so that's a very interesting way that everything is implicated. The Jews, the Muslims, and of course the Catholic eschatology. It's all implicated in the Middle East. So that is a very important place to watch. Of course, not like the way the dispensationalists are watching it. There's the Jewish Messiah, the Yanukah Rav Shlomo, who people have been frothing at the mouth for him. There's messianic or charismatic Jewish revivals. That's something to watch. It'll be interesting to see all the liberal, dark Zionist, stuff in the state of Israel go from dark to light, and them having a charismatic revival. That'll be very interesting to watch. Also, it's important to watch the increase in the rhetoric against the Jews, and that's an important thing. I have this little thing here. Where is it at? This is a video from some of these radical radtrads that you can watch and see okay. This is the video, and it's from a page called, I'll let you know in a second, Catholic Chivalry. So you can check them out on Instagram. They're probably radtrads, because you can tell what the rhetoric is. The rhetoric against the Jews is going to continue to rise, because the Jews will need to be converted. So now you're going to see people exposing the Jews and Zionism and the Rothschilds and all this stuff. But again, if you know your history, you know that these are just shenanigans. This is St. Pope Pius X to Theodore Herzl, the founder of Zionism. The Jews have not recognized our Lord, therefore we cannot recognize the Jewish people. On paper, because really Herzl promised Pope Pius a conversion of the Jews. This has some really crazy music, so I muted it. But let's see. There's a couple of these. The Jews have no right of sovereignty over the Holy Land. Pope Benedict XV. All the world suffers from the usury of the Jews, their monopolies and deceit. They have brought many unfortunate people into a state of poverty, especially the farmers, working class people, and the very poor. Pope Clement VIII. So has Catholicism been for the Jews? Absolutely not. The question is, why did it change? Well, hopefully you know the answer. Oh, come on, Pope Clement. What's the next one? We forbid Jews to be appointed to public office, since under cover of them they are very hostile to Christians. Pope Innocent III. By means of their practice of commerce, Jews amass a great store of money, and then by an exorbitant rate of interest utterly destroy the wealth and inheritance of Christians. Pope Benedict XIV. So, a little bit of truth in everything, even though the man of sin is quoting to you these things. There's truth in everything for these things. And so the point is that they've allowed... The Jews were nobody, folks. The Jews were nobody, and they were people that were expelled from European countries. They were hated among men. They're a ragtag group of people. Until suddenly the beast realized that it needed the Jews, because the Reformation exposed the beast for what it is. And so they needed to invert Bible prophecy, because it's not a spiritual temple that the man of sin is. It's got to be a physical temple. Well, if it's a physical temple, now we need the Jews again. Now we need the Jews, dang it. And so all of this stuff that was in the last, especially in the last 100 years, with Zionism and the state of Israel and how basically was created by the papacy. I talk about that quite a bit in my other videos, but these things are papal creations. And now suddenly Zionism is being exposed to you, and people are waking up to the Jewish pill and the Zionist this and the Zionist that and the interest, which, by the way, the Templars really created international banking. But either way, the Jews had their tricks and their shenanigans too. And again, remember, the devil chose the Catholic Church as his seat of his authority. That means all of the Antichrist threads need to be threaded into this tapestry. All these secret societies, all the occult, the Kabbalah, the Jews, the pagans, everything needs to come into this thing. Because the devil needs a singular source to actualize his New World Order. So, this is what happened. And, of course, the Jews and the Catholics today are in very good positions, but these things need to change because, again, the Catholicism has been very liberal since Vatican II. Very liberal, especially very inviting in the Jews. This is now changing. All the radtrads are saying, look at all the popes that were all awake to the Jewish problem. Now we need to get these Jews out of here. We need to convert these Jews. This is exactly what's happening. That rhetoric you need to watch. You need to watch these radtrads. You need to watch people who are very militant Catholic. And what are they saying? You need to watch mainstream media and the state of Israel being exposed. You need to watch what's happening with the state of Israel, but not like a dispensationalist, rather from the lens of history that we've been talking about. Even just 10 years ago, it was unheard of to badmouth the Jews on the media, on the news, or anything like on social media, let alone, the regular media. Now it's becoming mainstream. Now it's becoming, even the mainstream media is bad-mouthing the state of Israel, which is something that's phenomenal. For that to happen means that this lie is nearing its expiration date, and there needs to be a crisis that needs to be invented so that people can be transferred from the lie, the old lie, to the new lie. Do you understand? This is the formula for everything. So this tells you that we're very close to Zionism being exposed and the Jews' direction being integrated into the final thing. So, again, the destiny of the Jews is to convert because they are the last wall of justification between the Sabbath-keeping Christians and the beast. Futurists and dispensationalists believe there's a future revival of the Jews because of things like Romans 11, which, of course, I have a whole episode on that in my End Time series. Go watch it if you're confused on that chapter. All Israel does not mean in the future revival. It just is a expression of how Israel, as a conglomerate of people from Judea, from the Jewish tribes, and the Gentiles, that Israel, the spiritual conglomerate, will be saved. It's not saying that there will be a future revival. Paul is talking about his present realities. He's not making a prophecy. But most interpret it as a prophecy, and that's a real problem. So, preterists, on the other hand, are mostly Christian nationalists. I should say Christian nationalists and NAR and people who are of that type of belief are preterist in their thinking, meaning all this stuff had to do with the Jews in the past. The best is getting better and better until Jesus returns, and so we can basically bring heaven on earth. We don't have to worry about end times. End times, that's just old stuff that had to do with the Jews in AD 70. There's a whole episode I have on refuting preterism. Preterism is the easier of the two to refute because all of the evidence points to a later writing of Revelation. Nobody in history was a preterist up until the Jesuits invented it and basically weaponized it to take people's attention to the past. All the church fathers were futurists, and it's okay. I mean, you can't fault them for that. But nevertheless, nobody believed that Revelation had nothing to do with prophecy. So preterism is easier to refute, but preterism is very seductive because it basically takes your eye off of the fact that things are getting worse. That's what the Bible tells you. Things are getting worse. They're going to seem good, but they're actually getting worse. And preterism takes your eye off of that so that the thing that looks good, you can think is good instead of thinking that it's evil. So that's the whole point. These things are just delusions to take you off the narrow road one way or another. The Jews expect a Messiah plus a golden age. The Muslims expect the Jewish Messiah to be the Antichrist, and defeating that Jewish Messiah will usher in the real golden age. And the Christians basically believe that the church has to convert the Jews for Jesus to come. So all of these threads are being threaded through this third temple narrative, through the Jewish narrative, through all these false prophecies, signs, and wonders. So something has to budge with this third temple thing. And we'll have to see what happens. It's going to be very difficult to talk to anybody once they start building the temple. That'll be a real delusion, for sure. So let's pray that we are given strength and endurance and discernment. Now, some general timeline markers. Again, Jesus says that some people will be left alive, and this is in Matthew 24, 22. Let me get the e-sword out. Where are you, e-sword? Matthew 24, 22, and he says, if those days had not been cut short, no human being would be saved. But for the sake of the elect, those days will be cut short. So, the days have been cut short. Now, that's really important because this means that when the mark of the beast begins being enforced to the point of arresting people, killing people, banning you to buy and sell, throwing you out of society, then you know that the time is short. That is an objective marker. So watching for those things is very important. At first, you're going to see positive laws encouraging Sunday rest with media propaganda. Oh, we're going to give people time off of work so they have some time with their family. These types of things that seem very good and noble compared to the secular work your butt off 24/7 all the time. That's going to seem like a natural solution to that problem. Eventually, you're going to get more and more aggressive things. You're going to see, once the culture shifts, ecumenism, revival. You're going to see all these things. Once these things happen, you're going to see more and more propaganda against Sabbath keeping. And you Sabbath keepers specifically being a legalist and so on. Just like they called you in 380 AD, don't Judaize, don't be a Jew. That's going to be the same thing that's going to happen to us. They're going to call you a legalist. They're going to say you're Judaizing. They're going to call you a cult, a sect, and they're going to demonize you. Eventually, you're going to see legal enforcement. However that's going to happen, again, we'll have to watch the specifics, but it doesn't really matter because it will happen. When these things are happening and the intensity of these things happen, the first bowl judgment is very close at hand. So I want to review the bowls so that you are aware, if you are alive at that point in time, to understand what to expect and what to see. This is Revelation 16, 2 through 16. So the first angel went and poured out his bowl on the earth, and harmful and painful sores came upon people who bore the mark of the beast and worshipped its image. I don't think these are symbolic. I think this is going to be literal sores on people. So something to watch. And again, the timing is when all of the heat and pressure starts mounting on people who are true to God's word. The second angel poured out his bowl into the sea, and it became like blood of a corpse, and every living thing died that was in the sea. The third angel poured out his bowl into the rivers and the springs of the water, and they became blood. And I heard the angel in charge of the waters say, "Just are you, a holy one, who is and who was, and for you brought these judgments. For they have shed the blood of saints and prophets, and you have given them blood to drink. It is what they deserve." And I heard the altar saying, "Yes, Lord God, the Almighty, true and just are your judgments." The fourth angel poured out his bowl on the sun, and it was allowed to scorch people with fire. They were scorched by the fierce heat, and they cursed the name of God who had power over these plagues. They did not repent and give him glory. This is an important point. They did not repent and give him glory. These plagues are not designed for any elect to come out of Babylon. Once these plagues start, and you see waters turning to blood red, people having sores, sun burning people, of course, they might play off these things as, oh, look, it's climate change. You'll know it for sure. All these things will be in succession. They're not designed for people to come to Christ. They're designed to punish people. The fifth angel poured out his bowl on the throne of the beast, and its kingdom was plunged into darkness. People gnawed their tongues in anguish and cursed the God of heaven for their pain and sores. They did not repent of their deeds. The sixth angel poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up to prepare the way for the kings of the east. Very important because people misuse this verse. Look, the Euphrates is drying up. Well, has the mark of the beast been enforced yet? No, then this hasn't happened yet. So the sign and wonder that you see with the Euphrates drying up and all the stuff that you see on YouTube and Instagram, that's not this being fulfilled. It's not, because the mark of the beast hasn't come yet. So there's more to the story. And I saw coming out of the mouth of the dragon, out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet, 3 unclean spirits like frogs. For they are demonic spirits performing signs who go abroad to the kings of the whole world to assemble them for battle on the great day of God Almighty. Behold, I am coming like a thief. Blessed is the one who stays awake. Speaking of which, stay awake, keeping his garments on, that he may not go about naked and be seen exposed. And they assembled them at the place that in Hebrew is called Armageddon. So the final bowl, I should say the second to last bowl, the sixth bowl, is designed to deceive the world into the ultimate deception, to fight against Jesus' return. How that's going to work, I don't know. Maybe they're going to play the UFO card. I really don't know. But nevertheless, they are deceiving the world into fighting against Jesus. Open combat. And of course, they're going to lose horribly and die and be slaughtered. And that's their judgment. So God has allowed that to happen. So that's the general timeline so that you understand what supernatural things to watch for once the current events and culture and things have reached a maximum point. I don't talk too much about the bowl judgments because they're not really that important. They aren't because they're at the very end. They're not designed for repentance, but for judgment, so they're happening very quickly. The elect are sealed by the first bowl dropping with the sores. So it happens quick, like the Egyptian plagues. There are a lot of similarities between the two. Of course, when you see these things happening, know that the time is short. I'm just going to throw a rough, educated guess from a month to maybe 6 months would be the timeline for these plagues, give or take. I really don't know exactly. I think it's reasonable to believe that probably shorter, like a month, maybe 2 months, because the plagues in Egypt, calculating them, give or take, is probably about 40 days. Doesn't say exactly, but it seems to be about that amount of time. So if these things mirror Egypt, and certainly there's a lot of typology there, then I don't see this happening over the course of a year, 2 years, 3 years, or anything like that. Once the sores drop and the blood, the water turns red, these things are quick, folks. They're going to go boom, boom, boom. And of course, in Revelation, it also says that I forget where, but it says, Babylon, Babylon, all your plagues are going to come on you in 1 hour, in 1 day. I.e., I don't think the plagues are going to happen all at once. I'm just saying that is an idiom to basically say, like, look, you've been so evil that these things are going to come after you one after another, like boom, 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 boom. All your plagues are going to hit you, so hard. And so again, that to me is a statement of immediacy, that things are going to happen immediately and very quickly because nobody's repenting. So when you see these things happening, know that the time is short. Remember that in the Bible, Israel was kept safe during the Egyptian plague. So the elect who are alive at that time will be kept safe. There's no condemnation for the elect. However that's going to happen, who knows? It's not worth worrying about, because if you get to that point, then the time is very short. The sixth bowl is the ultimate deception. And of course, the seventh bowl is the return of Jesus. I'm not clear how all of this will play out, again, with the final deception, with everything that's relayed in these verses. But there are supernatural things to watch. Again, I think these are literal things. I think literally the bodies of water will be turned red to blood. I think that if you are alive as the elect, you will have clean water to drink. You'll be able to drink because there's no condemnation for the elect. But I do believe in a literal fulfillment of these things. There's no reason for me to believe these are symbolic. These are literal plagues. So we'll see how exactly they play out. But a couple final thoughts for you. I never thought in my entire life that I would be doing what I'm doing now. Making YouTube videos about the book of Revelation and watching current events. And of course, learning everything that I've learned. I never thought that I would be living through the end of the Bible. Never thought that in my life. So remember that God is unpredictable in a good way. Only God is the one who is unpredictable. And so don't let these things get to you. Rejoice, because all of this is going to be over very soon. Relatively soon. It's going to be over, and we will live forever in a renewed world with Jesus. What a profound thought. There's a couple verses from the New Testament that I want to highlight for you. Ephesians 1:14 says, "Who is the guarantee of inheritance until we acquire possession of it to the praise of his glory." 2 Corinthians 1, verse 21 through 22 says, "And it is God who establishes us with you in Christ and has anointed us, and who has also put his seal on us and given us his Spirit in our hearts as a guarantee." 2 Corinthians 5, verse 5 says, "He who has prepared us for this very thing is God, who has given us the Spirit as a guarantee." So what does that mean, folks? What's the pattern? The pattern is that if you are awake and you know God, you know Jesus, you know the scriptures, you have faith, you have genuine faith in the Lord, that you cannot be lost. That is God's proof and guarantee and working in your life to secure you until the very end. Whether you make it alive all the way to the end or not, the next moment, that is waking moment, is in Christ's arms, in a renewed earth, and forever it's going to be without evil, without suffering, without death. Your body's going to be renewed, and that's great news. That is a guarantee that the Bible gives you. Multiple times, that is the guarantee. The experience that you have, the dance of life that you have with the Spirit in your life, and the awareness that you've been given, and the faith that you have, that is God's way of showing you and giving you a down payment, a guarantee of the inheritance that you have with Christ. So take joy, because the truth is eternal. The truth is eternal. These things will pass away. The truth is what lives forever. And of course, if God has revealed himself to you, then you know with certainty that you can never be lost. And that is the gospel. That is the sovereignty that you must rest in as these delusions and crazy deceptions are going to come into power. Remember to study and show yourself approved so that you can stand fast against the delusions and the accusations that are coming, the traditions, the religious mindset. Make sure you join the Fennec Fox chat and find like-minded people, share news together, edify one another, stay in prayer, stay watchful. Of course, you have to watch the right things, prepare mentally and emotionally, detach yourself from this world. Don't be a hermit. Doesn't mean go out in the woods, but just psychologically, emotionally, realize that these things are passing away, and the better it's going to sound and look, it just means that it's getting evil and more evil, and they're setting the stage for the final deception. All of these things will pass away, folks, but God is what remains forever, and God is what you get through the gospel. I hope today was edifying for you. I hope it gave you a big picture analysis of what to expect. I hope it gave you some closure on the events of the last couple weeks, as of the time of this video at least. So make sure you share it with your friends. Help them get out of the matrix, and specifically out of this almost right paradigm before it's too late. Send me your news stories or post them in the chat and encourage each other. Don't shy away from the churches that you're part of just because you're learning all these things, but try rather to engage them and to wake some people up. Even if there's one person in your church, in your charismatic, evangelical, Zionist church, whatever, that you can wake up, that's a big difference. And God has used you in profound ways. So don't shy away. And of course, remind yourself daily of the most important part there is. And that important part is that God is coming back to the earth. God, the Almighty, the uncreated, uncaused cause, the giver of life, the eternal, infinite being, who is the source of your life, is going to be on the earth in physical form, in full glory, and you will just be able to look at him and go, wow, and just marvel for eternity. That is God's gift to you. Eternal life to marvel at God. That is such a profound thought, folks, and that is what's on the horizon. The best is yet to come. And before the best is yet to come, there's going to be a counterfeit. And now that you're edified and you have history and scripture under you, help others be edified as well, so that they can take their eyes away from the counterfeit and to the truth. The true best is yet to come, the true new world order, which is coming and which is going to be a great thing. So we'll see you next time. Take care. Don't lose your mind over all this stuff, and stay in touch. And God bless.